This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 9. The Battle with the Dragon. Lydda or Lud has already been noted as the legendary birthplace of St. George, and as the camp on the edge of the desert from which, as it happened, I caught the first glimpse of the coloured fields of Palestine that looked like the fields of paradise. Being an encampment of soldiers, it seems an appropriate place for St. George, and indeed it may be said that all that red and empty land has resounded with his name like a shield of copper or of bronze. The name was not even confined to the cries of the Christians. A curious, imaginative hospitality in the Moslem mind, a certain innocence and imitative enthusiasm, made the Moslems also half accept a sort of Christian mythology, and make an abstract hero of St. George. It is said that Coeur de Lion on these very sands first invoked the soldier saint to bless the English battle line, and blazed his cross on the English banners. But the name occurs not only in the stories of the victory of Richard, but in the enemy stories that led up to the great victory of Saladin. In that obscure and violent quarrel which let loose the disaster of Hattin, when the Grand Master of the Templars, Gerard the Englishman, from Bidford on Devon, drove with demented heroism his few lances against a host, there fell among those radiant fanatics one Christian warrior who had made with his single sword such a circle of the slain that the victorious Moslems treated even his dead body as something supernatural, and bore it away with them with honour, saying it was the body of St. George. But if the purpose of the camp be appropriate to the story of St. George, the position of the camp might be considered appropriate to the more fantastic story of St. George and the Dragon. The symbolic struggle between man and monster might very well take place somewhere where the green culture of the fields meets the red desolation of the desert. As a matter of fact, I dare say legend locates the duel itself somewhere else, but I am only making use of the legend as a legend, or even as a convenient figure of speech. I would only use it here to make a kind of picture, which may clarify a kind of paradox very vital to our present attitude toward all Palestinian traditions, including those that are more sacred even than St. George. This paradox has already been touched on in the last chapter about polytheistic spirits or superstitions, such as surrounded the Old Testament. But it is yet more true of the criticisms and apologetics surrounding the New Testament. And the paradox is this, that we never find our own religion so right as when we find we are wrong about it. I mean that we are finally convinced not by the sort of evidence we are looking for, but by the sort of evidence we are not looking for. We are convinced when we come on a ratification that is almost as abrupt as a refutation. That is the point about the wireless telegraphy, or wordless telepathy, of the Bedouins. A supernatural trick in a dingy tribe wandering in a dry place is not the sort of supernaturalism we should expect to find. It is only the sort that we do find. These rocks of the desert, like the bones of a buried giant, do not seem to stick out where they ought to, but they stick out, and we fall over them. Whatever we think of St. George, most people would see a mere fairy tale in St. George and the Dragon. I dare say they are right, and I only use it here as a figure for the sake of argument. But suppose, for the sake of argument, that a man has come to the conclusion that there probably was such a person as St. George, in spite of all the nonsense about dragons and the chimera with wings and claws that has somehow interwreathed itself with this image. Perhaps he is a little biased by patriotism or other ethical aims, and thinks the saint a good social ideal. Perhaps he knows that early Christianity, so far from being a religion of pacifists, was largely a religion of soldiers. Anyhow, he thinks St. George himself a quite sufficient solid and historical figure, and has little doubt that records or traces can be found of him. Now the point is this. Suppose that man goes to the land of the legendary combat and finds comparatively few or faint traces of the personality of St. George. But suppose he does find on that very field of combat the bones of a gigantic monster unlike every other creature except the legendary dragon. Or suppose he only finds ancient Eastern sculptures and hieroglyphics representing maidens being sacrificed to such a monster, and making it quite clear that even within historic times one of those sacrificed was a princess. It is surely clear that he will be considerably impressed by this confirmation, not of the part he did believe, but actually of the part he did not believe. He has not found what he expected, but he has found what he wanted, and much more than he wanted. He has not found a single detail directly in support of St. George, but he had found a very considerable support of St. George and the dragon. It is needless to inform the reader, I trust, that I do not think this particular case in the least likely, or that I am only using it for the sake of lucidity. Even as it stands, it would not necessarily make a man believe the traditional story, but it would make him guess that it was some sort of tradition of some sort of truth, that there was something in it, and much more in it than even he himself had imagined. And the point of it would be precisely that his reason had not anticipated the extent of his revelation. He has proved the improbable, not the probable thing. Reason had already taught him the reasonable part, but facts had taught him the fantastic part. He will certainly conclude that the whole story is very much more valid than anybody has supposed. Now, as I have already said, it is not in the least likely that this will happen touching the particular tale of Palestine. But this is precisely what really has happened touching the most sacred and tremendous of all the tales of Palestine. This is precisely what has happened touching that central figure, round which the monster and the champion are alike only ornamental symbols, and by the right of whose tragedy even St. George's cross does not belong to St. George. It is not likely to be true of the desert duel between George and the dragon, but it is already true of the desert duel between Jesus and the devil. St. George is but a servant, and the dragon is but a symbol, but it is precisely about the central reality, the mystery of Christ and his mastery of the powers of darkness, that this very paradox has proved itself a fact. Going down from Jerusalem to Jericho, I was more than once moved by a flippant and possibly profane memory of the swine that rushed down a steep place into the sea. I do not insist on the personal parallel, for whatever my points of resemblance to a pig, I am not a flying pig, a pig with wings of speed and precipitancy. And if I am possessed of a devil, it is not the blue devil of suicide. But the phrase came back to my mind because going down to the Dead Sea does really involve rushing down a steep place. Indeed, it gives the strange impression that the whole of Palestine is one single steep place. It is as if all other countries lay flat under the sky, but this one country had been tilted sideways. This gigantic gesture of geography or geology, this sweep as of a universal landslide, is the sort of thing that is never conveyed by any maps or books or even pictures. All the pictures of Palestine I have seen are descriptive details, groups of costume or corners of architecture, at most views of famous places. They cannot give the bottomless vision of this long descent. We went in a little rocking Ford car down steep and jagged roads among ribbed and columned cliffs. But the roads below soon failed us altogether, and the car had to tumble like a tank over rocky banks and into empty river beds, long before it came to the sinister and discoloured landscape of the Dead Sea. And the distance looks far enough on the map, and seems long enough in the motor journey, to make a man feel he has come to another part of the world. Yet so much is it all a single fall of land, that even when he gets out beyond Jordan in the wild country of the Sherif, he can still look back and see, small and faint as if in the clouds, the spire of the Russian church, I fancy, upon the hill of the Ascension. And though the story of the swine is attached in truth to another place, I was still haunted with its fanciful appropriateness to this one, because of the very steepness of this larger slope and the mystery of that larger sea. I even had the fancy that one might fish for them and find them in such a sea, turned into monsters, sea swine, or four-legged fishes, swollen with evil eyes, grown over with sea grass for bristles, the ghosts of Gadara. And then it came back to me as a curiosity and almost a coincidence that the same strange story had actually been selected as the text for the central controversy of the Victorian age between Christianity and criticism. The two champions were two of the greatest men of the 19th century, Huxley representing scientific skepticism, and Gladstone, scriptural orthodoxy. The scriptural champion was universally regarded as standing for the past, if not for the dead past, and the scientific champion as standing for the future, if not the final judgment of the world. And yet the future has been entirely different to anything that anybody expected, and the final judgment may yet reverse all the conceptions of their contemporaries, and even of themselves. The philosophical position now is in a very curious way the contrary of the position then. Gladstone had the worst of the argument, and has been proved right. Huxley had the best of the argument, and has been proved wrong. At any rate, he has been ultimately proved wrong about the way the world was going, and the probable position of the next generation. What he thought indisputable is disputed, and what he thought dead is rather too much alive. Huxley was not only a man of genius in logic and rhetoric, he was a man of a very manly and generous morality. Morally, he deserves much more sympathy than many of the mystics who have supplanted him. But they have supplanted him. In the more mental fashions of the day, most of what he thought would stand has fallen, and most of what he thought would fall is standing yet. In the Gadarene controversy with Gladstone, he announced it as his purpose to purge the Christian ideal, which he thought self-evidently sublime, of the Christian demonology, which he thought self-evidently ridiculous. And yet, if we take any typical man of the next generation, we shall very probably find Huxley's sublime thing scoffed at, and Huxley's ridiculous thing taken seriously. I imagine a very typical child of the age succeeding Huxley's may be found in Mr. George Moore. He has one of the most critical, appreciative, and atmospheric talents of the age. He has lived in most of the sets of the age, and through most of the fashions of the age. He has held at one time or another most of the opinions of the age. Above all, he has not only thought for himself, but done it with peculiar pomp and pride. He would consider himself the freest of all free thinkers. Let us take him as a type and a test of what has really happened to Huxley's analysis of the gold and the dross. Huxley quoted as the indestructible ideal the noble passage in Micah beginning, "He hath showed thee, O man, that which is good," and asked scornfully whether anybody was ever likely to suggest that justice was worthless or that mercy was unlovable, and whether anything would diminish the distance between ourselves and the ideals that we reverence. And yet, already, perhaps, Mr. George Moore was anticipating Nietzsche sailing near, as he said, the sunken rocks about the cave of Zarathustra. He said, if I remember right, that Cromwell should be admired for his injustice. He implied that Christ should be condemned, not because he destroyed the swine, but because he delivered the sick. In short, he found justice quite worthless, and mercy quite unlovable. And as for humility and the distance between himself and his ideals, he seemed rather to suggest, at this time at least, that his somewhat varying ideals were only interesting because they had belonged to himself. Some of this, it is true, was only on the Confessions of a Young Man, but it is the whole point here that they were then the confessions of a young man, and that Huxley's, in comparison, were the confessions of an old man. The trend of the new time, in varying degrees, was tending to undermine not merely the Christian demonology, not merely the Christian theology, not merely the Christian religion, but definitely the Christian ethical ideal, which had seemed to the great agnostic as secure as the stars. But while the world was mocking the morality he had assumed, it was bringing back the mysticism he had mocked. The next phrase of Mr. George Moore himself, whom I have taken as a type of the time, was the serious and sympathetic consideration of Irish mysticism, as embodied in Mr. W. B. Yeats. I have myself heard Mr. Yeats, about that time, tell a story, to illustrate how concrete and even comic is the reality of the supernatural, saying that he knew a farmer whom the fairies had dragged out of bed and beaten. Now suppose Mr. Yeats had told Mr. Moore, then moving in this glamorous atmosphere, another story of the same sort. Suppose he had said that the farmer's pigs had fallen under the displeasure of some magician of the sort he celebrates, who had conjured bad fairies into the quadrupeds, so that they went in a wild dance down to the village pond. Would Mr. Moore have thought that story any more incredible than the other? Would he have thought it worse than 1,000 other things a modern mystic may lawfully believe? Would he have risen to his feet and told Mr. Yeats that all was over between them? Not a bit of it. He would at least have listened with a serious, nay, a solemn face. He would think it a grim little grotesque of rustic diablerie, a quaint tale of goblins, neither less nor more improbable than hundreds of psychic fantasies or farces, for which there is really a good deal of evidence. He would be ready to entertain the idea if he found it anywhere except in the New Testament. As for the more vulgar and universal fashions that have followed after the Celtic movement, they have left such trifles far behind, and they have been directed, not by imaginative artists like Mr. Yeats or even Mr. Moore, but by solid scientific students like Sir William Crookes and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I find it easier to imagine an evil spirit agitating the legs of a pig than a good spirit agitating the legs of a table. But I will not here enter into the argument, since I am only trying to describe the atmosphere. Whatever has happened in more recent years, what Huxley expected has certainly not happened. There has been a revolt against Christian morality, and where there has not been a return of Christian mysticism, it has been a return of the mysticism without Christianity. Mysticism itself has returned, with all its moons and twilights, its talismans and spells. Mysticism itself has returned, and brought with it 7 devils worse than itself. But the scientific coincidence is even more strict and close. It affects not only the general question of miracles, but the particular question of possession. This is the very last element in the Christian story that would ever have been selected by the enlightened Christian apologist. Gladstone would defend it, but he would not go out of his way to dwell on it. It is an excellent working model of what I mean by finding an unexpected support, and finding it in an unexpected quarter. It is not theological, but psychological study that has brought us back into this dark underworld of the soul, where even identity seems to dissolve or divide, and men are not even themselves. I do not say that psychologists admit the discovery of demoniacs, and if they did, they would doubtless call them something else, such as demonomaniacs. But they admit things which seem almost as near to a new supernaturalism, and things quite as incredible to the old rationalism. Dual personality is not so very far from diabolic possession. And if the dogma of subconsciousness allows of agnosticism, the agnosticism cuts both ways. A man cannot say there is a part of him of which he is quite unconscious, and only conscious that it is not in contact with the unknown. He cannot say that there is a sealed chamber or cellar under his house, of which he knows nothing whatever, but that he is quite certain that it cannot have an underground passage leading anywhere else in the world. He cannot say he knows nothing whatever about its size or shape or appearance, except that it certainly does not contain a relic of the finger joint of St. Catherine of Alexandria, or that it certainly is not haunted by the ghost of King Herod Agrippa. If there is any sort of legend or tradition or plausible probability which says that it is, he cannot call a thing impossible where he is not only ignorant but even unconscious. It comes back, therefore, to the same reality, that the old compact cosmos depended on a compact consciousness. If we are dealing with unknown quantities, we cannot deny their connection with other unknown quantities. If we have a self on which I can say nothing, how can I even say that it is my own self? How can I even say that I always had it, or that it did not come from somewhere else? It is clear that we are in very deep waters, whether or no we have rushed down a steep place to fall into them. It will be noted that what we really lack here is not the supernatural, but only the healthy supernatural. It is not the miracle, but only the miracle of healing. I warmly sympathize with those who think most of this rather morbid and nearer the diabolic than the divine. But to call a thing diabolic is hardly an argument against the existence of diabolism. It is still more clearly the case where we go outside the sphere of science into its penumbra in literature and conversation. There is a mass of fiction and fashionable talk of which it may truly be said that what we miss in it is not demons, but the power to cast them out. It combines the occult with the obscene, the sensuality of materialism with the insanity of spiritualism. In the story of Gadara we have left out nothing except the Redeemer. We have kept the devils and the swine. In other words, we have not found St. George, but we have found the dragon. We have found in the desert, as I have said, the bones of the monster we did not believe in, more plainly than the footprints of the hero we did. We have found them not because we expected to find them, for our progressive minds look to the promise of something much brighter and even better, not because we wanted to find them, for our modern mood as well as our human nature is entirely in favour of more amiable and reassuring things, not because we thought it even possible to find them, for we really thought it impossible, so far as we ever thought of it at all. We have found them because they are there, and we are bound to come on them even by falling over them. It is Huxley's method that has upset Huxley's conclusion. As I have said, that conclusion itself is completely reversed. What he thought indisputable is disputed, and what he thought impossible is possible. Instead of Christian morals surviving in the form of humanitarian morals, Christian demonology has survived in the form of heathen demonology. But it has not survived by scholarly traditionalism in the style of Gladstone, but rather by obstinate objective curiosity, according to the advice of Huxley. We in the West have followed our reason as far as it would go, and our reason has led us to the things that nearly all the rationalists would have thought wildly irrational. Science was supposed to bully us into being rationalists, but it is now supposed to be bullying us into being irrationalists. The science of Einstein might rather be called following our unreason as far as it will go, seeing whether the brain will crack under the conception that space is curved or that parallel straight lines always meet. And the science of Freud would make it essentially impossible to say how far our reason or unreason does go, or where it stops. For if a man is ignorant of his other self, how can he possibly know that the other self is ignorant? He can no longer say with pride that at least he knows nothing. That is exactly what he does not know. The floor has fallen out of his mind, and the abyss below may contain subconscious certainties as well as subconscious doubts. He is too ignorant even to ignore, and he must confess himself an agnostic about whether he is an agnostic. That is the coil or tangle, at least, which the dragon has reached, even in the scientific regions of the West. I only describe the tangle. I do not delight in it. Like most people with a taste for Catholic tradition, I am too much of a rationalist for that, for Catholics are almost the only people now defending reason. But I am not talking of the true relations of reason and mystery, but of the historical fact that mystery has invaded the peculiar realms of reason, especially the European realms of the motor and the telephone. When we have a man like Mr. William Archer lecturing mystically on dreams and psychoanalysis, and saying it is clear that God did not make a man a reasonable creature, those acquainted with the traditions and distinguished record of that dry and capable Scot will consider the fact a prodigy. I confess it never occurred to me that Mr. Archer was of such stuff as dreams are made of, and if he is becoming a mystic in his old age, I use the phrase in a mystical and merely relative sense, we may take it that the occult Oriental flood is rising fast and reaching places that are not only high but dry. But the change is much more apparent to a man who has chanced to stray into those Orient hills where those occult streams have always risen, and especially in this land that lies between Asia, where the occult is almost the obvious, and Europe, where it is always returning with a fresher and younger vigour. The truth becomes strangely luminous in this wilderness between two worlds, where the rocks stand out stark like the very bones of the dragon. As I went down that sloping wall or shoulder of the world, from the holy city on the mountain to the buried cities of the plain, I seemed to see more and more clearly all this western evolution of eastern mystery, and how on this one high place, as on a pivot, the whole purpose of mankind had swerved. I took up again the train of thought which I had trailed through the desert, as described in the last chapter, about the gods of Asia and the ancient dispensation, and I found it led me along these hills to a sort of vista or vision of the new dispensation and of Christendom. Considered objectively and from the outside, the story is something such as has already been loosely outlined: the emergence in this immemorial and mysterious land of what was undoubtedly, when thus considered, one tribe among many tribes worshipping one god among many gods. But it is quite as much an evident external fact that the god has become God, capital G. Still stated objectively, the story is that the tribe having this religion produced a new prophet, claiming to be more than a prophet. The old religion killed the new prophet, but the new prophet killed the old religion. He died to destroy it, and it died in destroying him. Now it may be reaffirmed equally realistically that there was nothing normal about the case or its consequences. The things that took part in the tragedy have never been the same since, and have never been like anything else in the world. The Church is not like other religions. Its very crimes were unique. The Jews are not like other races. They remain as unique to everybody else as they are to themselves. The Roman Empire did not pass like other empires. It did not perish like Babylon and Assyria. It went through a most extraordinary remorse, amounting to madness and resuscitation into sanity, which is equally strange in history, whether it seems as ghastly as a galvanized corpse or as glorious as a god risen from the dead. The very land and city are not like other lands and cities. The concentration and conflict in Jerusalem today, whether we regard them as reconquest by Christendom, or a conspiracy of Jews, or a part of the lingering quarrel with Moslems, are alike the effect of forces gathered and loosened in that one mysterious moment in the history of the city. They equally proclaim the paradox of its insignificance and its importance. But above all, the prophet was not and is not like other prophets, and the proof of it is to be found not primarily among those who believe in him, but among those who do not. He is not dead, even where he is denied. What is the use of a modern man saying that Christ is only a thing like Attis or Mithras, when the next moment he is reproaching Christianity for not following Christ? He does not suddenly lose his temper and talk about our most unmithraic conduct, as he does very justly, as a rule, about our most unchristian conduct. We do not find a group of ardent young agnostics in the middle of a great war tried as traitors for their extravagant interpretation of remarks attributed to Attis. It is improbable that Tolstoy wrote a book to prove that all modern ills could be cured by literal obedience to the orders of Adonis. We do not find wild Bolshevists calling themselves Mithraic socialists, as many of them call themselves Christian socialists. Leaving orthodoxy and even sanity entirely on one side, the very heresies and insanities of our time prove that, after nearly 2,000 years, the issue is still living, and the name is quite literally one to conjure with. Let the critics try to conjure with any of the other names. In the real centres of modern inquiry and mental activity, they will not move even a mystic with the name of Mithras, as they will move a materialist with the name of Jesus. There are men who deny God and accept Christ. But this lingering yet living power in the legend, even for those to whom it is little more than a legend, has another relevancy to the particular point here. Jesus of Nazareth, merely humanly considered, has thus become a hero of humanitarianism. Even the 18th century deists, in denying his divinity, generally took pains to exalt his humanity. Of the 19th century revolutionists, it is really an understatement to say that they exalted him as a man, for indeed they rather exalted him as a superman. That is to say, many of them represented him as a man preaching a decisively superior and ever strange morality, not only in advance of his age, but practically in advance of our age. They made of his mystical counsels of perfection a sort of socialism or pacifism or communism, which they themselves still see rather as something that ought to be, or that will be, the extreme limit of universal love. I am not discussing here whether they are right or not. I say they have in fact found in the same figure a type of humanitarianism and the care for human happiness. Everyone knows the striking and sometimes staggering utterances that do really support and illustrate this side of the teaching. Modern idealists are naturally moved by such things as the intensely poetic paradox about the lilies of the field, which for them has a joy in life and living things like that of Shelley or Whitman, combined with a return to simplicity beyond that of Tolstoy or Thoreau. Indeed, I rather wonder that those whose merely historic or humanistic view of the case would allow of such criticism without incongruity have not made some study of the purely poetical or oratorical structure of such passages. Certainly there are few finer examples of the swift architecture of style than that single fragment about the flowers, the almost idle opening of a chance reference to a wild flower, the idle unfolding of the small purple blossom into pavilions and palaces and the great names of the national history, and then, with a turn of the hand like a gesture of scorn, the change to the grass that today is and tomorrow is cast into the oven. Then follows, as so often in the Gospels, the how much more, which is like a celestial flight of stairs, a ladder of imaginative logic. Indeed, this a fortiori and this power of thinking on three levels is, I may remark incidentally, a thing very much needed in modern discussion. Many minds apparently cannot stretch to three dimensions, or to thinking that a cube can go beyond a surface as a surface goes beyond a line. For instance, that the citizen is infinitely above all ranks, and yet the soul is infinitely above the citizen. But we are only concerned at the moment with the sides of this many-sided mystery, which happens to be really in sympathy with the modern mood. Judged even by our modern tests of emancipated art or ideal economics, it is admitted that Christ understood all that is rather crudely embodied in socialism or the simple life. I purposely insist first on this optimistic, I might almost say this pantheistic or even this pagan aspect of the Christian Gospels. For it is only when we understand that Christ, considered merely as a prophet, can be and is a popular leader in the love of natural things, that we can feel that tremendous and tragic energy of his testimony to an ugly reality, the existence of unnatural things. Instead of taking a text, as I have done, taken a whole gospel and read it steadily and honestly and straight through at a sitting, you will certainly have one impression, whether of a myth or of a man. It is that the exorcist towers above the poet and even the prophet, that the story between Cana and Calvary is one long war with demons. He understood better than 100 poets the beauty of the flowers of the battlefield, but he came out to battle. And if most of his words mean anything, they do mean that there is at our very feet, like a chasm concealed among the flowers, an unfathomable evil. In short, I would here only hint delicately that perhaps the mind, which admittedly knew much of what we think we know about ethics and economics, knew a little more than we are beginning to know about psychology and psychic phenomena. I remember reading, not without amusement, a severe and trenchant article in the Hibbert Journal, in which Christ's admission of demonology was alone thought enough to dispose of his divinity. The one sentence of the article which I cherish in my memory through all the changing years ran thus: "If he was God, he knew there was no such thing as diabolical possession." It did not seem to strike the Hibbert critic that this line of criticism raises the question, not of whether Christ is God, but of whether the critic in the Hibbert Journal is God. About that mystery, as about the other, I am for the moment agnostic. But I should have thought that the meditations of omniscience on the problem of evil might be allowed, even by an agnostic, to be a little difficult to discover. Of Christ in the Gospels and in modern life, I will merely for the moment say this, that if he was God, as the critic put it, it seems possible that he knew the next discovery in science as well as the last, not to mention, what is more common in rationalistic culture, the last but three. And what will be the next discovery in psychological science nobody can imagine, and we can only say that if it reveals demons and their name is Legion, we can hardly be much surprised now. But at any rate the days are over of omniscience like that of the Hibbert critic, who knows exactly what he would know if he were God Almighty. What is pain? What is evil? What did they mean by devils? What do we mean by madness? The rising generation, when asked by a venerable Victorian critic and catechist, "What does God know?" will hardly think it unreasonably flippant to answer, "God knows." There was something already suggested about the steep scenery through which I went as I thought about these things, a sense of silent catastrophe and fundamental cleavage in the deep divisions of the cliffs and crags. They were all the more profoundly moving because my sense of them was almost as subconscious as the subconsciousness about which I was reflecting. I had fallen again into the old habit of forgetting where I was going, and seeing things with one eye off, in a blind abstraction. I awoke from a sort of trance of absent-mindedness in a landscape that might well awaken anybody. It might awaken a man sleeping, but he would think it was still a nightmare. It might wake the dead, but they would probably think they were in hell. Halfway down the slope the hills had taken on a certain pallor which had about it something primitive, as if the colours were not yet created. There was only a kind of cold and wan blue in the level skies, which contrasted with wild skyline. Perhaps we are accustomed to the contrary condition of the clouds moving and mutable, and the hills solid and serene. But anyhow there seemed something of the making of a new world about the quiet of the skies and the cold convulsion of the landscape. But if it was between chaos and creation, it was creation by God, or at least by the gods, something with an aim in its anarchy. It was very different in the final stage of the descent, where my mind woke up from its meditations. One can only say that the whole landscape was like a leper. It was of wasting white and silver and grey, with mere dots of decadent vegetation, like the green spots of a plague. In shape it not only rose into horns and crests like waves or clouds, but I believe it actually alters like waves or clouds, visibly, but with a loathsome slowness. The swamp is alive, and I found again a certain advantage in forgetfulness, for I saw all this incredible country before I even remembered its name or the ancient tradition about its nature. Then even the green plague spots failed, and everything seemed to fall away into a universal blank under the staring sun, as I came in the great spaces of the circle of a lifeless sea into the silence of Sodom and Gomorrah. For these are the foundations of a fallen world, and a sea below the seas on which men sail. Seas move like clouds, and fishes float like birds above the level of the sunken land, and it is here that tradition has laid the tragedy of the mighty perversion of the imagination of man, the monstrous birth and death of abominable things. I say such things in no mood of spiritual pride. Such things are hideous, not because they are distant, but because they are near to us. In all our brains, certainly in mine, were buried things as bad as any buried under that bitter sea. And if he did not come to do battle with them, even in the darkness of the brain of man, I know not why he came. Certainly it was not only to talk about flowers or to talk about socialism. The more truly we can see life as a fairy tale, the more clearly the tale resolves itself into a war with the dragon, who is wasting fairyland. I will not enter on the theology behind the symbol, but I am sure it was of this that all the symbols were symbolic. I remembered distinguished men among the liberal theologians who found it more difficult to believe in one devil than in many. They admitted in the New Testament an attestation to evil spirits, but not to a general enemy of mankind. As some are said to want the drama of Hamlet without the Prince of Denmark, they would have the drama of hell without the Prince of Darkness. I say nothing of these things, save that the language of the Gospel seems to me to go much more singly to a single issue. The voice that is heard there has such authority as speaks to an army, and the highest note of it is victory rather than peace. When the apostles were first sent forth with their faces to the four corners of the earth and turned again to acclaim their Master, he did not say in that hour of triumph, "All are aspects of one harmonious whole," or "The universe evolves through progress to perfection," or "All things find their end in nirvana," or the dewdrop slips into the shining sea. He looked up and said, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. And I looked up and saw in the long jagged lines of road and rock and cleft something of the swiftness of such a thunderbolt. What I saw seemed not so much a scene as an act, as when abruptly Michael barred the passage of the Lord of Pride. Below me all the empire of evil was splashed and scattered upon the plain, like a wine-cup shattered into a star. Sodom lay like Satan, flat upon the floor of the world, and far away and aloft, faint with height and distance, small, but still visible, stood up the spire of the Ascension, like the sword of the archangel, lifted in salute after a stroke. End of chapter 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 10. The Endless Empire. One of the adventures of travel consists not so much in finding that popular sayings are false as that they mean more than they say. We cannot appreciate the full force of the phrase until we have seen the fact. We make a picture of the things we do not know out of the things we know, and suppose the traveller's tale to mean no more abroad than it would at home. If a man acquainted only with English churches is told about certain French churches that they are much frequented, he makes an English picture. He imagines a definite, dense crowd of people in their best clothes going all together at 11 o'clock, and all coming back together to lunch. He does not picture the peculiar impression he would gain on the spot of chance people going in and out of the church all day, sometimes for quite short periods, as if it were a sort of sacred inn. Or suppose a man, knowing only English beer shops, hears for the first time of a German beer garden. He probably does not imagine the slow ritual of the place. He does not know that unless the drinker positively slams down the top of his beer mug with a resounding noise and a decisive gesture, beer will go on flowing into it as from a natural fountain. The drinking of beer being regarded as the normal state of man, and the cessation of it a decisive and even dramatic departure. I do not give this example in contempt. Heaven forbid! I have had so much to say of the inhuman side of Prussianized Germany that I am glad to be able to pay a passing tribute to those more generous German traditions which we hope may revive and make Germany once more a part of Christendom. I merely give it as an instance of the way in which things we have all heard of, like church-going or beer-drinking in foreign lands, mean much more and something much more special than we should infer from our own land. Now this is true of a phrase we all have heard of deserted cities or temples in the Near East. The Bedouins camp in the ruins. When I have read 100 times that Arabs camp in some deserted town or temple near the Nile or the Euphrates, I always thought of gypsies near some place like Stonehenge. They would make their own rude shelter near the stones, perhaps sheltering behind them to light a fire, and for the rest, generations of gypsies might camp there without making much difference. The thing I saw more than once in Egypt and Palestine was much more curious. It was as if the gypsies set to work to refurnish Stonehenge and make it a commodious residence. It was as if they spread a sort of giant umbrella over the circle of stones, and elaborately hung curtains between them, so as to turn the old Druid temple into a sort of patchwork pavilion. In one sense there is much more vandalism, and in another sense much more practicality. But it is a practicality that always stops short of the true creative independence of going off and building a house of their own. That is the attitude of the Arab, and it runs through all his history. Noble as is his masterpiece of the Mosque of Omar, there is something about it of that patchwork pavilion. It was based on Christian work, it was built with fragments, it was content with things that fastidious architects call fictions or even shams. I frequently saw old ruined houses of which there only remained 2 walls of stone, to which the nomads had added 2 walls of canvas, making an exact cube in form with the most startling incongruity in colour. He needs the form and does not mind the incongruity, nor does he mind the fact that somebody else has done the solid part and he has only done the ramshackle part. You can say that he is nobly superior to jealousy, or that he is without artistic ambition, or that he is too much of a nomad to mind living half in somebody else's house and half in his own. The real quality is probably too subtle for any simple praise or blame. We can only say that there is in the wandering Moslem a curious kind of limited common sense, which might even be called a short-sighted common sense. But however we define it, that is what can really be traced through Arab conquests and Arab culture in all its ingenuity and insufficiency. That is the note of these nomads in all the things in which they have succeeded and failed. In that sense they are constructive, and in that sense unconstructive, in that sense artistic, and in that sense inartistic, in that sense practical, and in that sense unpractical, in that sense cunning, and in that sense innocent. The curtains they would hang round Stonehenge might be of beautifully selected colours. The banners they waved from Stonehenge might be defended with glorious courage and enthusiasm. The prayers they recited in Stonehenge might be essentially worthy of human dignity, and certainly a great improvement on its older associations of human sacrifice. All this is true of Islam, and the idolatries and negations are often replaced, but they would not have built Stonehenge. They would scarcely, so to speak, have troubled to lift a stone of Stonehenge. They would not have built Stonehenge. How much less Salisbury or Glastonbury or Lincoln? That is the element about the Arab influence which makes it, after its ages of supremacy and in a sense of success, remain in a subtle manner superficial. When a man first sees the eastern deserts, he sees this influence, as I first described it, very present and powerful, almost omnipresent and omnipotent. But I fancy that to me and to others it is partly striking only because it is strange. Islam is so different to Christendom that to see it at all is at first like entering a new world. But in my own case, at any rate, as the strange colours became more customary, and especially as I saw more of the established seats of history, the seats and the framework of the different states, I became conscious of something else. It was something underneath, undestroyed, and even in a sense unaltered. It was something neither Moslem nor modern, not merely Oriental, and yet very different from the new Occidental nations from which I came. For a long time I could not put a name on this historical atmosphere. Then one day, standing in one of the Greek churches, one of those houses full of gold, hard, highly coloured pictures, I fancied it came to me. It was the Empire, and certainly not the raid of Asiatic bandits we call the Turkish Empire. The thing which had caught my eye in that coloured interior was the carving of a two-headed eagle in such a position as to make it almost as symbolic as a cross. Every one, of course, has heard of the situation which this might well suggest, the suggestion that the Russian Church was far too much of an established church, and the white Tsar encroached upon the white Christ. But as a fact, the eagle I saw was not borrowed from the Russian Empire. It would be truer to say that the empire was borrowed from the eagle. The double eagle is the ancient emblem of the double empire of Rome and of Byzantium, the one head looking to the west and the other to the east, as if it spread its wings from the sunrise to the sunset. Unless I am mistaken, it was only associated with Russia as late as Peter the Great, though it had been the badge of Austria as the representative of the Holy Roman Empire. And what I felt brooding over that shrine and that landscape was something older, not only than Turkey or Russia, but than Austria itself. I began to understand a sort of evening light that lies over Palestine and Syria, a sense of smooth ruts of custom, such as are said to give a dignity to the civilization of China. I even understood a sort of sleepiness about the splendid and handsome Orthodox priests moving fully robed about the streets. They were not aristocrats, but officials, still moving with the mighty routine of some far-off official system. In so far as the eagle was an emblem, not of such imperial peace, but of distant imperial wars, it was of wars that we in the West have hardly heard of. It was the emblem of official ovations. When Heraclius rode homewards from the rout of Ispahan, with the captives dragged behind him and the eagles in the van. That is the rigid reality that still underlay the light mastery of the Arab rider. That is what a man sees in the patchwork pavilion when he grows used to the coloured canvas and looks at the walls of stone. This also was far too great a thing for facile praise or blame, a vast bureaucracy busy and yet intensely dignified, the most civilized thing ruling many other civilizations. It was an endless end of the world, for ever repeating its rich finality. And I myself was still walking in that long evening of the earth, and Caesar, my lord, was at Byzantium. But it is necessary to remember next that this empire was not always at its evening. Byzantium was not always Byzantine, nor was the seat of that power always in the city of Constantine, which was primarily a mere outpost of the city of Caesar. We must remember Rome as well as Byzantium, as indeed nobody would remember Byzantium if it were not for Rome. The more I saw of 100 little things, the more my mind revolved around that original idea, which may be called the Mediterranean, and the fact that it became two empires but remained one civilization, just as it had become two churches but remained one religion. In this little world there is a story attached to every word, and never more than when it is the wrong word. For instance, we may say that in certain cases the word Roman actually means Greek. The Greek patriarch is sometimes called the Roman patriarch, while the real Roman patriarch, who actually comes from Rome, is only called the Latin patriarch, as if he came from any little town in Latium. The truth behind this confusion is the truth about 500 very vital years, which are concealed even from cultivated Englishmen by two vague falsehoods: the notion that the Roman Empire was merely decadent, and the notion that the Middle Ages were merely dark. As a fact, even the Dark Ages were not merely dark, and even the Byzantine Empire was not merely Byzantine. It seems a little unfair that we should take the very title of decay from that Christian city, for surely it was yet more stiff and sterile when it had become a Moslem city. I am not so exacting as to ask anyone to popularize such a word as Constantinopolitan, but it would surely be a better word for stiffness and sterility to call it Stamboolish. But for the Moslems and other men of the Near East, what counted about Byzantium was that it still inherited the huge weight of the name of Rome. Rome had come east and reared against them this Roman city, and though a priest or a soldier who came out of it might be speaking as a Greek, he was ruling as a Roman. Its critics in these days of criticism may regard it as a corrupt civilization, but its enemies in the day of battle only regarded it as civilization. Saladin, the greatest of the Saracens, did not call Greek bishops degenerate dreamers or dingy outcasts. He called them, with sounder historical instinct, the monks of the imperial race. The survival of the word merely means that even when the imperial city fell behind them, they did not surrender their claim to defy all Asia in the name of the Christian Empire. That is but one example out of 20. But that is why, in this distant place to this day, the Greeks who are separated from the See of Rome sometimes bear the strange name of the Romans. Now that civilization is our civilization, and we never had any other. We have not inherited a Teutonic culture any more than a Druid culture, not half so much. The people who say that parliaments or pictures or gardens or roads or universities were made by the Teutonic race from the north can be disposed of by the simple question, why did not the Teutonic race make them in the north? Why was not the Parthenon originally built in the neighbourhood of Potsdam? Or did 10 Hansa towns compete to be the birthplace of Homer? Perhaps they do by this time, but their local illusion is no longer largely shared. Anyhow, it seems strange that the roads of the Romans should be due to the inspiration of the Teutons, and that the parliaments should begin in Spain because they came from Germany. If I look about in these parts for a local emblem like that of the eagle, I might very well find it in the lion. The lion is common enough, of course, in Christian art, both hagiological and heraldic. Besides the cavern of Bethlehem, of which I shall speak presently, is the cavern of St. Jerome, where he lived with that real or legendary lion who was drawn by the delicate humour of Carpaccio and 100 other religious painters. That it should appear in Christian art is natural. That it should appear in Moslem art is much more singular, seeing that Moslems are in theory forbidden to carve images of living things. Some say the Persian Moslems are less particular, but whatever the explanation, 2 lions of highly heraldic appearance are carved over that Saracen gate which Christians call the Gate of St. Stephen, and the best judges seem to agree that, like so much of the Saracenic shell of Zion, they were partly at least copied from the shields and crests of the Crusaders. And the lions graven over the Gate of St. Stephen might well be the text for a whole book on the subject. For if they indicate, however indirectly, the presence of the Latins of the 12th century, they also indicate the earlier sources from which the Latin life had itself been drawn. The 2 lions are pacing, passant as the heralds would say, in 2 opposite directions, almost as if prowling to and fro. And this also might well be symbolic as well as heraldic. For if the Crusaders brought the lion southward, in spite of the conventional fancy of Moslem decoration, it was only because the Romans had previously brought the lion northward to the cold seas and the savage forests. The image of the lion came from north to south only because the idea of the lion had long ago come from south to north. The Christian had a symbolic lion he had never seen, and the Moslem had a real lion that he refused to draw. For we could deduce from the case of this single creature the fact that all our civilizations came from the Mediterranean, and the folly of pretending that it came from the North Sea. Those 2 heraldic shapes over the gate may be borrowed from the Norman or Angevin shield now quartered in the royal arms of England. They may have been copied directly or indirectly from that great Angevin king of England, whose title credited him with the heart of a lion. They may have in some far-off fashion the same ancestry as the boast or jest of our own comic papers when they talk about the British lion. But why are there lions, though of French or feudal origin, on the flag of England? They might as well be camels or crocodiles, for all the apparent connection with England or with France. Why was an English king described as having the heart of a lion any more than of a tiger? Why do your patriotic cartoons threaten the world with the wrath of the British lion? It is really as strange as if they warned against stimulating the rage of the British rhinoceros. Why did not the French and English princes find in the wild boars that were the objects of their hunting the subjects of their heraldry? If the Normans were really the Northmen, the sea wolves of Scandinavian piracy, why did they not display 3 wolves on their shields? Why has not John Bull been content with the English bull or the English bulldog? The answer might be put somewhat defiantly by saying that the very name of John Bull is foreign. The surname comes through France from Rome, and the Christian name comes through Rome from Palestine. If there had really been any justification for the Teutonic generalization, we should expect the surname to be Ox and not Bull, and we should expect the hero standing as godfather to be Odin or Siegfried, and not the prophet who lived on locusts in the wilderness of Palestine, or the mystic who mused with his burning eyes on the blue seas around Patmos. If our national hero is John Bull and not Olaf the Ox, it is ultimately because that blue sea has run like a blue thread through all the tapestries of our traditions, or in other words, because our culture, like that of France or Flanders, came originally from the Mediterranean. And if this is true of our use of the word bull, it is obviously even truer of our use of the word lion. The latter emblem is enough to show that the culture came not only from the Mediterranean, but from the southern as well as the northern side of the Mediterranean. In other words, the Roman Empire ran all round the great inland sea, the very name of which meant not merely the sea in the middle of the land, but more especially the sea in the middle of all the lands that mattered most to civilization. One of these, and the one that in the long run has mattered most of all, was Palestine. In this lies the deepest difference between a man like Richard the Lionheart and any of the countless modern English soldiers in Palestine, who have been quite as lion-hearted as he. His superiority was not moral, but intellectual. It consisted in knowing where he was and why he was there. It arose from the fact that in his time there remained a sort of memory of the Roman Empire, which some would have re-established as a Holy Roman Empire. Christendom was still almost one commonwealth, and it seemed to Richard quite natural to go from one edge of it that happened to be called England to the opposite edge of it that happened to be called Palestine. We may think him right or wrong in the particular quarrel. We may think him innocent or unscrupulous in his incidental methods. But there is next to no doubt whatever that he did regard himself not merely as conquering, but as reconquering a realm. He was not like a man attacking total strangers on a hitherto undiscovered island. He was not opening up a new country or giving his name to a new continent, and he could boast none of those ideals of imperial innovation which inspire the more enlightened pioneers who exterminate tribes or extinguish republics for the sake of a gold mine or an oil field. Some day, if our modern educational system is further expanded and enforced, the whole of the past of Palestine may be entirely forgotten, and a traveller in happier days may have all the fresher sentiments of one stepping on new and nameless soil. Disregarding any dim and lingering legends among the natives, he may then have the honour of calling Sinai by the name of Mount Higgins, or marking in a new map the site of Bethlehem with the name of Brownsville. But King Richard, adventurous as he was, could not experience the full freshness of this sort of adventure. He was not riding into Asia thus romantically and at random. Indeed, he was not riding into Asia at all. He was riding into Europa Irredenta. But that is to anticipate what happened later, and must be considered later. I am primarily speaking of the Empire as a pagan and political matter, and it is easy to see what was the meaning of the Crusade on the merely pagan and political side. In one sentence it meant that Rome had to recover what Byzantium could not keep. But something further had happened as affecting Rome than anything that could be understood by a man standing as I have imagined myself standing in the official arena of Byzantium. When I have said that the Byzantium civilization seemed still to be reigning, I meant a curious impression of that in these eastern provinces, though the empire had been more defeated, it had been less disturbed. There is a greater clarity in that ancient air, and fewer clouds of real revolution and novelty have come between them and their ancient sun. This may seem an enigma and a paradox, seeing that here a foreign religion has successfully fought and ruled. But indeed the enigma is also the explanation. In the East, the continuity of culture has only been interrupted by negative things that Islam has done. In the West, it has been interrupted by positive things that Christendom itself has done. In the West, the past of Christendom has its perspective blocked up by its own creations. In the East, it is a true perspective of interminable corridors, with round Byzantine arches and proud Byzantine pillars. That, I incline to fancy, is the real difference that a man come from the west of Europe feels in the east of Europe. It is a gap or void. It is the absence of the grotesque energy of Gothic, the absence of the experiments of Parliament and popular representation, the absence of medieval chivalry, the absence of modern nationality. In the East the civilization lived on, or, if you will, lingered on. In the West it died and was reborn. But for a long time, it should be remembered, it must have seemed to the East merely that it died. The realms of Rome had disappeared in clouds of barbaric war, while the realms of Byzantium were still golden and gorgeous in the sun. The men of the East did not realize that their splendour was stiffening and growing sterile, and even the early successes of Islam may not have revealed to them that their rule was not only stiff but brittle. It was something else that was destined to reveal it. The Crusades meant many things, but in this matter they meant the one thing which was like a word carried to them on the great west wind, and the word was like that of an old Irish song: "The West is awake." They heard in the distance the cries of unknown crowds, and felt the earth shaking with the march of mobs, and behind them came the trampling of horses and the noises of harness and of horns of war, new kings calling out commands, and hosts of young men full of hope crying out in the old Roman tongue, "Id Deus vult." Rome was risen from the dead. Almost any traveller could select out of the countless things that he has looked at the few things that he has seen. I mean the things that come to him with a curious clearness, so that he actually sees them to be what he knows them to be. I might also say that he can believe in them though he has seen them. There can be no rule about this realization. It seems to come in the most random fashion, and the man to whom it comes can only speak for himself without any attempt at a critical comparison with others. In this sense I may say that the Church of the Nativity at Bethlehem contains something impossible to describe, yet driving me beyond expression to a desperate attempt at description. The church is entered through a door so small that it might fairly be called a hole, in which many have seen, and I think truly, a symbol of some idea of humility. It is also said that the wall was pierced in this way to prevent the appearance of a camel during divine service. But even that explanation would only repeat the same suggestion through the parable of the needle's eye. Personally, I should guess that in so far as the purpose was practical, it was meant to keep out much more dangerous animals than camels, as, for instance, Turks. For the whole church has clearly been turned into a fortress. Windows are bricked up, and walls thickened in some or all of its 1,000 years of religious war. In the blank spaces above the little doorway hung in old times that strange mosaic of the Magi, which once saved the holy place from destruction in the strange interlude between the decline of Rome and the rise of Mahomet. For when the Persians who had destroyed Jerusalem rode out in triumph to the village of Bethlehem, they looked up and saw above the door a picture in coloured stone, a picture of themselves. They were following a strange star and worshipping an unknown child, for a Christian artist, following some ancient Eastern tradition containing an eternal truth, had drawn the three wise men with the long robes and high head dresses of Persia. The worshippers of the sun had come westward for the worship of the star. But whether that part of the church were bare and bald as it is now, or coloured with the gold and purple images of Persians, the inside of the church would always be, by comparison, abruptly dark. As familiarity turns the darkness to twilight and the twilight to a grey daylight, the first impression is that of the two rows of towering pillars. They are of a dark red stone, having much the appearance of a dark red marble, and they are crowned with the acanthus in the manner of the Corinthian school. They were carved and set up at the command of Constantine, and beyond them, at the other end of the church, beside the altar, is the dark stairway that descends under the canopies of rock to the stable where Christ was born. Of all the things I have seen, the most convincing and, as it were, crushing, were these red columns of Constantine. In an explanation of the sentiment there are 1,000 things that want saying and cannot be said. Never have I felt so vividly the great fact of our history, that the Christian religion is like a huge bridge across a boundless sea, which alone connects us with the men who made the world, and yet have utterly vanished from the world. To put it curtly and very crudely, on this point alone it was possible to sympathize with a Roman, and not merely to admire him. All his pagan remains are but sublime fossils, for we can never know the life that was in them. We know that here and there was a temple to Venus, or there an altar to Vesta. But who knows, or pretends to know, what he really felt about Venus or Vesta? Was a Vestal Virgin like a Christian Virgin, or something profoundly different? Was he quite serious about Venus, like a Diabolist, or merely frivolous about Venus, like a Christian? If the spirit was different from ours, we cannot hope to understand it. And if the spirit was like ours, the spirit was expressed in images that no longer express it. But it is here that he and I meet and salute the same images in the end. In any case, I can never recapture in words the waves of sympathy with strange things which went through me in that twilight of the tall pillars. Like giants robed in purple, standing still and looking down into that dark hole in the ground. Here halted that imperial civilization, when it had marched in triumph through the whole world. Here, in the evening of its days, it came trailing in all its panoply in the pathway of the three kings. For it came following not only a falling but a fallen star, and one that dived before them into a birthplace darker than a grave. And the Lord of the Laurels, clad in his sombre crimson, looked down into that darkness, and then looked up and saw that all the stars in his own sky were dead. They were deities no longer, but only a brilliant dust, scattered down the vain void of Lucretius. The stars were as stale as they were strong. They would never die, for they had never lived. They were cursed with an incurable immortality that was but the extension of mortality. They were chained in the chains of causation, and unchangeable as the dead. There are not many men in the modern world who do not know that mood, though it was not discovered by the moderns. It was the final and seemingly fixed mood of nearly all the ancients. Only above the black hole of Bethlehem they had seen a star wandering like a lost spark, and it had done what eternal suns and planets could not do. It had disappeared. There are some who resent the presence of such purple beside the plain stable of the Nativity, but it seems strange that they always rebuke it as if it were a blind vulgarity, like the red plush of a parvenu, a mere insensibility to a mere incongruity. For in fact the insensibility is in the critics and not the artists. It is an insensibility not to an accidental incongruity, but to an artistic contrast. Indeed, it is an insensibility of a somewhat tiresome kind, which can often be noticed in those sceptics who make a science of folklore. The mark of them is that they fail to see the importance of finding the upshot or climax of a tale, even when it is a fairy tale. Since the old devotional doctors and designers were never tired of insisting on the suffering of the holy poor to the point of squalor, and simultaneously insisting on the sumptuousness of the subject kings to the point of swagger, it would really seem not entirely improbable that they may have been conscious of the contrast themselves. I confess this is an insensibility, not to say stupidity, in the sceptics and simplifiers, which I find very fatiguing. I do not mind a man not believing a story, but I confess I am bored stiff, if I may be allowed the expression, by a man who can tell a story without seeing the point of the story considered as a story or even considered as a lie, and a man who sees the rags and the royal purple as a clumsy inconsistency is merely missing the meaning of a deliberate design. He is like a man who should hear the story of King Cophetua and the beggar maid and say doubtfully that it was hard to recognize it as really a marriage de convenance. A phrase which I may remark in parentheses, but not without passion, is not the French for a marriage of convenience, any more than hors d'oeuvre is the French for out of work, but may be more rightly rendered in English as a suitable match. But nobody thought the match of the king and the beggar maid conventionally a suitable match, and nobody would ever have thought the story worth telling if it had been. It is like saying that Diogenes, remaining in his tub after the offer of Alexander, must have been unaware of the opportunities of Greek architecture, or like saying that Nebuchadnezzar, eating grass, is clearly inconsistent with court etiquette, or not to be found in any fashionable cookery book. I do not mind the learned sceptic saying it is a legend or a lie, but I weep for him when he cannot see the gist of it. I might even say the joke of it. I do not object to his rejecting the story as a tall story, but I find it deplorable when he cannot see the point or end or upshot of the tall story, the very pinnacle or spire of that sublime tower. This dull type of doubt clouds the consideration of many sacred things, as it does that of the shrine of Bethlehem. It is applied to the divine reality of Bethlehem itself, as when sceptics still sneer at the littleness, the localism, the provincial particularity and obscurity of that divine origin, as if Christians could be confounded and silenced by a contrast which Christians in 10,000 hymns, songs, and sermons have incessantly shouted and proclaimed. In this capital case, of course, the same principle holds. A man may think the tale is incredible, but it would never have been told at all if it had not been incongruous. But this particular case of the lesser contrast, that between the imperial pomp and the rustic poverty of the carpenter and the shepherd, is alone enough to illustrate the strange artistic fallacy involved. If it be the point that an emperor came to worship a carpenter, it is as artistically necessary to make the emperor imperial as to make the carpenter humble. If we wish to make plain to plain people that before his shrine kings are no better than shepherds, it is necessary that the kings should have crowns, as that the shepherds should have crooks. And if modern intellectuals do not know it, it is because nobody has really been mad enough even to try to make modern intellectualism popular. Now this conception of pomp as a popular thing, this conception of concession to common human nature in colour and symbol, has a considerable bearing on many misunderstandings about the original enthusiasm that spread from the cave of Bethlehem over the whole Roman Empire. It is a curious fact that the moderns have mostly rebuked historic Christianity, not for being narrow, but for being broad. They have rebuked it because it did prove itself the desire of all nations, because it did satisfy the cravings of many creeds, because it did prove itself to idolaters as something as magic as their idols, or did prove itself to patriots something as lovable as their native land. In many other matters, indeed, beside this popular art, we may find examples of the same illogical prejudice. Nothing betrays more curiously the bias of historians against the Christian faith than the fact that they blame in Christians the very human indulgences they have praised in heathens. The same arts and allegories, the same phraseologies and philosophies, which appear first as proofs of heathen health, turn up later as proofs of Christian corruption. It was noble of pagans to be pagan, but it was unpardonable of Christians to be paganized. They never tire of telling us of the glory that was Greece, the grandeur that was Rome. But the Church was infamous because it satisfied the Greek intellect and wielded the Roman power. Now, on the first example of the attempt of theology to meet the claims of philosophy, I will not here dwell at length. I will only remark in passing that it is an utter fallacy to suggest, as for instance Mr. Wells suggests in his fascinating Outline of History, that the subtleties of theology were a mere falling away from the simplicities of religion. Religion may be better simple for those who find it simple, but there are bound to be many who in any case find it subtle, among those who think about it, and especially those who doubt about it. To take an example, there is no saying which the humanitarians of a broad religion more commonly offered as a model of simplicity, that most mystical affirmation, God is love. And there is no theological quarrel of the councils of the Church, which they, especially Mr. Wells, more commonly derided as bitter and barren than at the Council of Nicaea about the co-eternity of the Divine Son. Yet the subtle statement is simply a metaphysical explanation of the simple statement, and it would be quite possible even to make it a popular explanation, by saying that God could not love when there was nothing to be loved. Now the Church councils were originally very popular, not to say riotous assemblies. So far from being undemocratic, they were rather too democratic. The real case against them was that they passed by uproarious votes, and not without violence, things that had ultimately to be considered more calmly by experts. But it may reasonably be suggested, I think, that the concentration of the Greek intellect on these things did gradually pass from a popular to a more professional or official thing, and that the traces of it have finally tended to fade from the official religion of the East. It was far otherwise with the more poetical and therefore more practical religion of the West. It was far otherwise with that direct appeal to pathos and affection in the highly coloured picture of the shepherd and the king. In the West, the world not only prolonged its life but recovered its youth. That is the meaning of the movement I have described as the awakening of the West and the resurrection of Rome. And the whole point of that movement, as I propose to suggest, was that it was a popular movement that had returned with exactly that strange and simple energy that belongs to the story of Bethlehem. Not in vain had Constantine come clad in purple to look down into that dark cave at his feet, nor did the star mislead him when it seemed to end in the entrails of the earth. The men who followed him passed on, as it were, through the low and vaulted tunnel of the Dark Ages, but they had found the way, and the only way, out of that world of death, and their journey ended in the land of the living. They came out into a world more wonderful than the eyes of men have looked on before or after, and heard the hammers of hundreds of happy craftsmen working for once according to their own will, and saw St. Francis walking with his halo a cloud of birds. End of chapter 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 11. The Meaning of the Crusade. There are 3 examples of Western work on the great eastern slope of the Mount of Olives, and they form a sort of triangle, illustrating the truth about the different influences of the West on the East. At the foot of the hill is the garden kept by the Franciscans on the alleged site of Gethsemane, and containing the hoary olive that is supposed to be the terrible tree of the agony of Christ. Given the great age and slow growth of the olives, the tradition is not so unreasonable as some may suppose. But whether or not it is historically right, it is not artistically wrong. The instinct, if it was only an instinct, that made men fix upon this strange growth of grey and twisted wood was a true imaginative instinct. One of the strange qualities of this strange southern tree is its almost startling hardness. Accidentally to strike the branch of an olive is like striking a rock. With its stony surface, stunted stature, and strange holes and hollows, it is often more like a grotto than a tree. Hence it does not seem so unnatural that it should be treated as a holy grotto, or that this strange vegetation should claim to stand forever like a sculptured monument. Even the shimmering or shivering silver foliage of the living olive might well have a legend like that of the aspen, as if it had grown grey with fear from the apocalyptic paradox of a divine vision of death. A child from one of the villages said to me in broken English that it was the place where God said his prayers. I for one could not ask a finer, more defiant statement of all that separates the Christian from the Moslem or the Jew. Credo quae impossibile. Around this terrible spot the Franciscans have done something which will strike many good and thoughtful people as quite fantastically inadequate, and which strikes me as fantastically but precisely right. They have laid out the garden simply as a garden, in a way that is completely natural, because it is completely artificial. They have made flower beds in the shape of stars and moons, and coloured them with flowers like those in the backyard of a cottage. The combination of these bright patterns in the sunshine, with the awful shadow in the centre, is certainly an incongruity in the sense of a contrast. But it is a poetical contrast, like that of birds building in a temple, or flowers growing on a tomb. The best way of suggesting what I, for one, feel about it would be something like this. Suppose we imagine a company of children, such as those whom Christ blessed in Jerusalem, afterwards put permanently in charge of a field full of his sorrow. It is probable that if they could do anything with it, they would do something like this. They might cut it up into quaint shapes and dot it with red daisies or yellow marigolds. I really do not know that there is anything better that grown-up people could do, since anything that the greatest of them could do must look quite as small. Shall I, the gnat that dances in thy ray, dare to be reverent? The Franciscans have not dared to be reverent. They have only dared to be cheerful. It may be too awful an adventure of the imagination to imagine Christ in that garden. There is not the smallest difficulty about imagining St. Francis there, and that is something to say of an institution which is 800 years old. Immediately above this little garden, overshadowing and almost overhanging it, is a gorgeous gilded building with golden domes and minarets glittering in the sun and filling a splendid situation with almost shameless splendour. The Russian church built over the upper part of the garden, belonging to the Orthodox Greeks. Here again many Western travellers will be troubled, and will think that golden building much too like a fairy palace in a pantomime. But here again I shall differ from them, though perhaps less strongly. It may be that the pleasure is childish rather than childlike, but I can imagine a child clapping his hands at the mere sight of those great domes, like bubbles of gold against the blue sky. It is a little like Aladdin's palace, but it has a place in art as Aladdin has a place in literature, especially since it is Oriental literature. Those wise missionaries in China, who were not afraid to depict the 12 apostles in the costume of Chinamen, might have built such a church in a land of glittering mosques. And as it is said that the Russian has in him something of the child and something of the Oriental, such a style may be quite sincere, and have even a certain simplicity in its splendour. It is genuine of its kind. It was built for those who like it, and those who do not like it can look at something else. This sort of thing may be called tawdry, but it is not what I call meretricious. What I call really meretricious can be found yet higher on the hill, towering to the sky and dominating all the valleys. The nature of the difference, I think, is worth noting. The German hospice, which served as a sort of palace for the German emperor, is a very big building with a very high tower, planned, I believe, with great efficiency, solidity, and comfort, and fitted with 1,000 things that mark its modernity compared with the things around, with the quaint garden of the Franciscans or the fantastic temple of the Russians. It is what I can only describe as a handsome building, rather as the more vulgar of the Victorian wits used to talk about a fine woman. By calling it a handsome building, I mean that from the top of its dizzy tower to the bottom of its deepest foundations there is not one line or one tint of beauty. This negative fact, however, would be nothing. It might be honestly ugly and utilitarian, like a factory or a prison, but it is not. It is as pretentious as the gilded dome below it, and it is pretentious in a wicked way, where the other is pretentious in a good and innocent way. What annoys me about it is that it was not built by children or even by savages, but by professors, and the professors could profess the art and could not practice it. The architects knew everything about a Romanesque building except how to build it. We feel that they accumulated on that spot all the learning and organization and information and wealth of the world, to do this one particular thing, and then did it wrong. They did it wrong, not through superstition, not through fanatical exaggeration, not through provincial ignorance, but through pure, profound, internal, intellectual incompetence. That intellectual incompetence which so often goes with intellectual pride. I will mention only one matter out of 100. All the columns in the Kaiser's chapel are in one way very suitable to their place. Every one of them has a swelled head. The column itself is slender, but the capital is not only big but bulging, and it has the air of bulging downwards as if pressing heavily on something too slender to support it. This is false, not to any of the particular schools of architecture about which professors can read in libraries, but to the inmost instinctive idea of architecture itself. A Norman capital can be heavy because the Norman column is thick, and the whole thing expresses an elephantine massiveness and repose. And a Gothic column can be slender because its strength is energy, and is expressed in its line, which shoots upward like the life of a tree, like the jet of a fountain, or even like the rush of a rocket. But a slender thing beneath, obviously oppressed by a bloated thing above, suggests weakness by one of those miraculous mistakes that are as precisely wrong as masterpieces are precisely right. And to all this is added the intolerable intuition that the Russians and the Franciscans, even if we credit them with fantastic ignorance, are at least looking up at the sky, and we know how the learned Germans would look down upon them from their monstrous tower upon the hill. And this is as true of the moral as of the artistic elements in the modern Jerusalem. To show that I am not unjustly partisan, I will say frankly that I see little to complain of in that common subject of complaint, the mosaic portrait of the Emperor on the ceiling of the chapel. It is but one among many figures, and it is not an unknown practice to include a figure of the founder in such church decorations. The real example of that startling moral stupidity which marked the barbaric imperialism can be found in another figure, of which, curiously enough, considerably less notice seems to have been taken. It is the more remarkable because it is but an artistic shadow of the actual fact, and merely records in outline and relief the temporary masquerade in which the man walked about in broad daylight. I mean the really astounding trick of dressing himself up as a crusader. That was, under the circumstances, far more ludicrous and lunatic a proceeding than if he had filled the whole ceiling with cherub heads with his own features, or festooned all the walls with one ornamental pattern of his moustaches. The German Emperor came to Jerusalem under the escort of the Turks, as the ally of the Turks, and solely because of the victory and supremacy of the Turks. In other words, he came to Jerusalem solely because the Crusaders had lost Jerusalem. He came there solely because the Crusaders had been routed, ruined, butchered, before and after the disaster of Hattin, because the cross had gone down in blood before the crescent, under which alone he could ride in with safety. Under those circumstances, to dress up as a crusader, as if for a fancy dress ball, was a mixture of madness and vulgarity which literally stops the breath. There is no need whatever to blame him for being in alliance with the Turks. Hundreds of people have been in alliance with the Turks. The English especially have been far too much in alliance with them. But if anyone wants to appreciate the true difference, distinct from all the cant of newspaper nationality, between the English and the Germans, who were classed together by the same newspapers a little time before the war, let him take this single incident as a test. Lord Palmerston, for instance, was a firm friend of the Turks. Imagine Lord Palmerston appearing in chain mail and the shield of a Red Cross knight. It is obvious enough that Palmerston would have said that he cared no more for the crusade than for the siege of Troy, that his diplomacy was directed by practical patriotic considerations of the moment, and that he regarded the religious wars of the 12th century as a rubbish heap of remote superstitions. In this he would be quite wrong, but quite intelligible and quite sincere. An English aristocrat of the 19th century, inheriting from the English aristocrats of the 18th century, whose views were simply those of Voltaire. And these things are something of an allegory, for the Voltairean version of the Crusades is still by far the most reasonable of all merely hostile views of the Crusades. If they were not a creative movement of religion, then they were simply a destructive movement of superstition. And whether we agree with Voltaire in calling it superstition, or the Villehardouin in calling it religion, at least both these clear-headed Frenchmen would agree that the motive did exist and did explain the facts. But just as there is a clumsy German building with statues that at once patronize and parody the Crusaders, so there is a clumsy German theory that at once patronizes and minimizes the Crusades. According to this theory, the essential truth about a crusade was that it was not a crusade. It was something that the professors in the old days before the war used to call a Teutonic folk wandering. Godfrey and St. Louis were not, as Villehardouin would say, fighting for the truth. They were not even, as Voltaire would say, fighting for what they thought was the truth. This was only what they thought, and they were really thinking of something entirely different. They were not moved either by piety or priestcraft, but by a new and unexpected nomadism. They were not inspired either by faith or fanaticism, but by an unusually aimless taste for foreign travel. This theory, that the war of the two great religions could be explained by wanderlust, was current about 20 years ago among the historical professors of Germany, and, with many of their other views, was often accepted by the historical professors of England. It was swallowed by an earthquake, along with other rubbish, in the year 1914. Since then, so far as I know, the only person who has been patient enough to dig it up again is Mr. Ezra Pound. He is well known as an American poet, and he is, I believe, a man of great talent and information. His attempt to recover the old Teutonic theory of the folk-wandering of Peter the Hermit was expressed, however, in prose, in an article in the New Age. I have no reason to doubt that he was to be counted among the most loyal of our allies, but he is evidently one of those who, quite without being pro-German, still manages to be German. The Teutonic theory was very Teutonic. Like the German hospice on the hill, it was put together with great care and knowledge, and it is rotten from top to bottom. I do not understand, for that matter, why that alliance which we enjoy with Mr. Pound should not be treated in the same way as the other historical event, or why the war should not be an example of the wanderlust. Surely the American army in France must have drifted eastward merely through the same vague nomadic need as the Christian army in Palestine. Surely Pershing, as well as Peter the Hermit, was merely a rather restless gentleman who found his health improved by frequent change of scene. The Americans said, and perhaps thought, that they were fighting for democracy, and the Crusaders said, and perhaps thought, that they were fighting for Christianity. But as we know what the Crusaders meant better than they did themselves, I cannot quite understand why we do not enjoy the same valuable omniscience about the Americans. Indeed, I do not see why we should not enjoy it, for it would be very enjoyable, about any individual American. Surely it was this vague vagabond spirit that moved Mr. Pound not only to come to England, but in a fashion to come to Fleet Street. A dim tribal tendency, vast and invisible as the wind, carried him and his article like an autumn leaf to alight on the New Age doorstep, or, in a blind aboriginal impulse, wholly without rational motive, led him one day to put on his hat and go out with his article in an envelope and put it in a pillar box. It is vain to correct by cold logic the power of such primitive appetites. Nature herself was behind the seemingly random thoughtlessness of the deed. And now that it is irrevocably done, he can look back on it and trace the large lines of an awful law of averages, wherein it is ruled by a ruthless necessity that a certain number of such Americans should write a certain number of such articles as the leaves fall or the flowers return. In plain words, this sort of theory is a blasphemy against the intellectual dignity of man. It is a blunder as well as a blasphemy, for it goes miles out of its way to find a bestial explanation when there is obviously a human explanation. It is as if a man told me that a dim survival of the instinct of a quadruped was the reason of my sitting on the chair with 4 legs. I answer that I do it because I foresee there may be grave disadvantages in sitting on a chair with 1 leg. Or it is as if I were told that I like to swim in the sea solely because some early forms of amphibian life came out of the sea onto the shore. I answer that I know why I swim in the sea, and that it is because the divine gift of reason tells me that it would be unsatisfactory to swim on the land. In short, this sort of vague evolutionary theorizing simply amounts to finding an unconvincing explanation of something that needs no explanation. And the case is really quite as simple with great political and religious movements, by which man has from time to time changed the world in this or that respect in which he happened to think it would be the better for a change. The Crusade was a religious movement, but it was also a perfectly rational movement, one might almost say a rationalist movement. I could quite understand Mr. Pound saying that such a campaign for a creed was immoral, and indeed it often has been, and now perhaps generally is, quite horribly immoral. But when he implies that it is irrational, he has selected exactly the thing which it is not. It is not enlightenment; on the contrary, it is ignorance and insularity which causes most of us to miss this fact. But it certainly is the fact that religious war is in itself much more rational than patriotic war. I, for one, have often defended and even encouraged patriotic war, and should always be ready to defend and encourage patriotic passion. But it cannot be denied that there is more of a mere passion, of a mere preference and prejudice, in short of mere personal accident, in fighting another nation than in fighting another faith. The Crusader is in every sense more rational than the modern conscript or professional soldier. He is more rational in his object, which is the intelligent and intelligible object of conversion, where the modern militarist has an object much more confused by momentary vanity and one-sided satisfaction. The Crusader wished to make Jerusalem a Christian town, but the Englishman does not wish to make Berlin an English town. He has only a healthy hatred of it as a Prussian town. The Moslem wished to make the Christian a Moslem, but even the Prussian did not wish to make the Frenchman a Prussian. He only wished to make the Frenchman admire a Prussian, and not only were the means he adopted somewhat ill-considered for this purpose, but the purpose itself is looser and more irrational. The object of all war is peace, but the object of religious war is mental as well as material peace. It is an agreement. In short, religious war aims ultimately at equality, where national war aims relatively at superiority. Conversion is the one sort of conquest in which the conquered must rejoice. In that sense alone it is foolish for us in the West to sneer at those who kill men when a foot is set in a holy place, when we ourselves kill hundreds of thousands when a foot is put across a frontier. It is absurd for us to despise those who shed blood for a relic, when we have shed rivers of blood for a rag. But above all, the crusade, or for that matter the jihad, is by far the most philosophical sort of fighting, not only in its conception of ending the difference, but in its mere act of recognizing the difference as the deepest kind of difference. It is to reverse all reason to suggest that a man's politics matter and his religion does not matter. It is to say he is affected by the town he lives in, but not the world he lives in. It is to say that he is altered when he is a fellow citizen walking under new lamp-posts, but not altered when he is another creature walking under strange stars. It is exactly as if he were to say that two people ought to live in the same house, but it need not be in the same town. It is exactly as if we said that so long as the address included York, it did not matter whether it was New York, or that so long as a man is in Essex, we do not care whether he is in England. Christendom would have been entirely justified in the abstract in being alarmed or suspicious at the mere rise of a great power that was not Christian. Nobody nowadays would think it odd to express regret at the rise of a power because it was militarist or socialist or even protectionist. But it is far more natural to be conscious of differences not about the order of battle, but the battle of life, not about our definable enjoyment of possessions, but about our much more doubtful possession of enjoyment, not about the fiscal divisions between us and foreigners, but about the spiritual divisions even between us and friends. These are the things that differ profoundly with differing views of the ultimate nature of the universe. For the things of our country are often distant, but the things of our cosmos are always near. We can shut our doors upon the wheel traffic of our native town, but in our own inmost chamber we hear the sound that never ceases, that wheel which Dante and a popular proverb have dared to christen as the love that makes the world go round. For this is the great paradox of life, that there are not only wheels within wheels, but the larger wheels within the smaller. When a whole community rests on one conception of life and death and the origin of things, it is quite entitled to watch the rise of another community founded on another conception as the rise of something certain to be different and likely to be hostile. Indeed, as I have pointed out touching certain political theories, we already admit this truth in its small and questionable examples. We only deny the large and obvious examples. Christendom might quite reasonably have been alarmed if it had not been attacked. But as a matter of history it had been attacked. The Crusader would have been quite justified in suspecting the Moslem, even if the Moslem had merely been a new stranger. But as a matter of history he was already an old enemy. The critic of the Crusade talks as if it had sought out some inoffensive tribe or temple in the interior of Tibet, which was never discovered until it was invaded. They seem entirely to forget that long before the Crusaders had dreamed of riding to Jerusalem, the Moslems had almost ridden into Paris. They seem to forget that if the Crusaders nearly conquered Palestine, it was but a return upon the Moslems who had nearly conquered Europe. There was no need for them to argue by an appeal to reason, as I have argued above, that a religious division must make a difference. It had already made a difference. The difference stared them in the face in the startling transformation of Roman Barbary and of Roman Spain. In short, it was something which must happen in theory, and which did happen in practice. All expectation suggested that it would be so, and all experience said it was so. Having thought it out theoretically and experienced it practically, they proceeded to deal with it equally practically. The first division involved every principle of the science of thought, and the last developments followed out every principle of the science of war. The Crusade was the counter-attack. It was the defensive army taking the offensive in its turn, and driving back the enemy to his base. And it is this process, reasonable from its first axiom to its last act, that Mr. Pound actually selects as a sort of automatic wandering of an animal. But a man so intelligent would not have made a mistake so extraordinary, but for another error, which is here very essential to consider. To suggest that men, engaged rightly or wrongly in so logical a military and political operation, were only migrating like birds or swarming like bees, is as ridiculous as to say that the Prohibition campaign in America was only an animal reversion towards lapping as the dog lappeth, or Rowland Hill's introduction of postage stamps an animal taste for licking as the cat licks. Why should we provide other people with a remote reason for their own actions, when they themselves are ready to tell us the reason, and it is a perfectly reasonable reason? I have compared this pompous imposture of scientific history to the pompous and clumsy building of the scientific Germans on the Mount of Olives, because it substitutes in the same way a modern stupidity for the medieval simplicity. But just as the German hospice, after all, stands on a fine site and might have been a fine building, so there is, after all, another truth, somewhat analogous, with the German historians of the folk wandering might possibly have meant, as distinct from all that they have actually said. There is indeed one respect in which the case of the Crusades does differ very much from modern political cases like Prohibition or the penny post. I do not refer to such incidental peculiarities as the fact that Prohibition could only have succeeded through the enormous power of modern plutocracy, or that even the convenience of the postage goes along with an extreme coercion by the police. It is a somewhat deeper difference that I mean, and it may possibly be what these critics mean. But the difference is not in the evolutionary, but rather in the revolutionary spirit. The first crusade was not a racial migration. It was something much more intellectual and dignified, a riot. In order to understand this religious war, we must class it not so much with the wars of history as with the revolutions of history. As I shall try to show briefly on a later page, it not only had all the peculiar good and peculiar evil of things like the French Revolution or the Russian Revolution, but it was a more purely popular revolution than either of them. The truly modern mind will of course regard the contention that it was popular as tantamount to a confession that it was animal. In these days, when papers and speeches are full of words like democracy and self-determination, anything really resembling the movement of a mass of angry men is regarded as no better than a stampede of bulls or a scurry of rats. The new sociologist calls the herd instinct, just as the old reactionaries called it the many-headed beast. But both agree in implying that it is hardly worthwhile to count how many head there are of such cattle. In face of such fashionable comparisons, it will seem comparatively mild to talk of migration as it occurs among birds or insects. Nevertheless, we may venture to state with some confidence that both the sociologist and the reactionaries are wrong. It does not follow that human beings become less than human because their ideas appeal to more and more of humanity. Nor can we deduce that men are mindless solely from the fact that they are all of one mind. In plain fact, the virtues of a mob cannot be found in a herd of bulls or a pack of wolves, any more than the crimes of a mob can be committed by a flock of sheep or a shoal of herrings. Birds have never been known to besiege and capture an empty cage of an aviary on a point of principle, merely because it had kept a few other birds in captivity, as the mob besieged and captured the almost empty Bastille, merely because it was the fortress of a historic tyranny. And rats have never been known to die by thousands, merely in order to visit a particular trap in which a particular rat had perished, as the poor peasants of the first crusade died in thousands for a far-off sight of the sepulchre or a fragment of the true cross. In this sense, indeed, the crusade was not rationalistic, yet the rat is the only rationalist. But it will seem more truly rational to point out that the inspiration of such a crowd is not in such instincts as we share with animals, but precisely in such ideas as the animals never, with all their virtues, understand. What is peculiar about the First Crusade is that it was in quite a new and abnormal sense a popular movement. I might almost say it was the only popular movement there ever was in the world. For it was not a thing which the populace followed, it was actually a thing which the populace led. It was not only essentially a revolution, but it was the only revolution I know of in which the masses began by acting alone and practically without any support from any of the classes. When they had acted, the classes came in, and it is perfectly true, and indeed only natural, that the masses alone failed where the two together succeeded. But it was the uneducated who educated the educated. The case of the Crusade is emphatically not a case in which certain ideas were first suggested by a few philosophers and then preached by demagogues to the democracy. This was to a great extent true of the French Revolution. It was probably yet more true of the Russian Revolution. And we need not here pause upon the fine shade of difference that Rousseau was right and Karl Marx was wrong. In the First Crusade it was the ordinary man who was right or wrong. He came out in a fury at the insult to his own little images or private prayers, as if he had come out to fight with his own domestic poker or private carving knife. He was not armed with new weapons of wit and logic served round from the arsenal of an academy. There was any amount of wit and logic in the academies of the Middle Ages, but the typical leader of the Crusades was not Abelard or Aquinas, but Peter the Hermit, who can hardly be called even a popular leader, but rather a popular flag. And it was his army, or rather his enormous rabble, that first marched across the world to die for the deliverance of Jerusalem. Historians say that in the huge host of thousands there were only 9 knights. To anyone who knows even a little of medieval war, the fact seems astounding. It is indeed a long exploded fallacy to regard medievalism as identical with feudalism. There were countless democratic institutions, such as the guilds, sometimes as many as 20 guilds in one small town. But it is really true that the military organization of the Middle Ages was almost entirely feudal. Indeed, we might rather say that feudalism was the name of their military organization. That so vast a military mass should have attempted to move at all, with only 9 of the natural military leaders, seems to me a prodigy of popular initiative. It is as if a parliament were elected at the next general election, in which only 2 men could afford to read a daily newspaper. This mob marched against the military discipline of the Moslems, and was massacred, or might I so mystically express it, martyred. Many of the great kings and knights who followed in their tracks did not so clearly deserve any halos for the simplicity and purity of their motives. The canonization of such a crowd might be impossible, and would certainly be resisted in modern opinion, chiefly because they indulged their democratic violence on the way by killing various usurers, a course which naturally fills modern society with an anger verging on alarm. A perversity leads me to weep rather more over the many slaughtered peasants than over the few slaughtered usurers. But in any case, the peasants certainly were not slaughtered in vain. The common conscience of all classes, in a time when all had a common creed, was aroused, and a new army followed of a very different type of skill and training, led by most of the ablest captains and some of the most chivalrous gentlemen of the age. For, curiously enough, the host contained more than one cultured gentleman, who was as simple a Christian as any peasant, and as recklessly ready to be butchered or tortured for the mere name of Christ. It is a tag of the materialists that the truth about history rubs away the romance of history. It is dear to the modern mind because it is depressing, but it does not happen to be true. Nothing emerges more clearly from a study that is truly realistic than the curious fact that romantic people were really romantic. It is rather the historical novels that will lead a modern man vaguely to expect to find the leader of the new knights, Godfrey de Bouillon, to have been merely a brutal baron. The historical facts are all in favour of his having been much more like a knight of the Round Table. In fact, he was a far better man than most of the knights of the Round Table, in whose characters the fabulist, knowing that he was writing a fable, was tactful enough to introduce a larger admixture of vice. Truth is not only stranger than fiction, but often saintlier than fiction, for truth is real, while fiction is bound to be realistic. Curiously enough, Godfrey seems to have been heroic, even in those admirable accidents which are generally, and perhaps rightly, regarded as the trappings of fiction. Thus he was of a heroic stature, a handsome, red-bearded man of great personal strength and daring, and he was himself the first man over the wall of Jerusalem, like any boy hero in a boy's adventure story. But he was also, the realist will be surprised to hear, a perfectly honest man, and a perfectly genuine practicer of the theoretical magnanimity of knighthood. Everything about him suggested it, from his first conversion from the imperial to the papal and popular cause, to his great refusal of the kinghood of the city he had taken. I will not wear a crown of gold where my master wore a crown of thorns. He was a just ruler, and the laws he made were full of the plainest public spirit. But even if we dismiss all that was written of him by Christian chroniclers because they might be his friends, which would be a pathetic and exaggerated compliment to the harmonious unity of Crusaders and of Christians, he would still remain sufficiently assoiled and crowned with the words of his enemies. For a Saracen chronicler wrote of him, with a fine simplicity, that if all truth and honour had otherwise withered off the earth, there would still remain enough of them so long as Duke Godfrey was alive. Allied with Godfrey were Tancred the Italian, Raymond of Toulouse with the southern French, and Robert of Normandy, the adventurous son of the Conqueror, with the Normans and the English. But it would be an error, I think, and one tending to make the whole subsequent story a thing not so much misunderstood as unintelligible, to suppose that the whole crusading movement had been suddenly and unnaturally stiffened with the highest chivalric discipline. Unless I am much mistaken, a great mass of that army was still very much of a mob. It is probable a priori, since the greatest popular movement was still profoundly popular. It is supported by 1,000 things in the story of the campaign: the extraordinary emotionalism that made throngs of men weep and wail together, the importance of the demagogue, Peter the Hermit, in spite of his unmilitary character, and the wide differences between the designs of the leaders and the actions of the rank and file. It was a crowd of rude and simple men that cast themselves on the sacred dust at the first sight of the little mountain town which they had tramped for 2,000 miles to see. Tancred saw it first from the slope by the village of Bethlehem, which had opened its gates willingly to his 100 Italian knights. For Bethlehem then, as now, was an island of Christendom in the Sea of Islam. Meanwhile Godfrey came up the road from Jaffa, and crossing the mountain ridge saw also with his living eyes his vision of the world's desire. But the poorest men about him probably felt the same as he. All ranks knelt together in the dust, and the whole story is one wave of numberless and nameless men. It was a mob that had risen like a man for the faith. It was a mob that had truly been tortured like a man for the faith. It was already transfigured by pain as well as passion. Those that know war in those deserts through the summer months, even with modern supplies and appliances of modern maps and calculations, know that it could only be described as a hell full of heroes. What it must have been to those little local serfs and peasants from the northern villages, who had never dreamed in nightmares of such landscapes or such a sun, who knew not how men lived at all in such a furnace, and could neither guess the alleviations nor get them, is beyond the imagination of man. They arrived dying with thirst, dropping with weariness, lamenting the loss of the dead that rotted along the road. They arrived shriveled to rags, or already raving with fever, and they did what they had come to do. Above all, it is clear that they had the vices as well as the virtues of a mob. The shocking massacre in which they indulged in the sudden relaxation of success is quite obviously a massacre by a mob. It is all the more profoundly revolutionary because it must have been for the most part a French mob. It was of the same order as the massacre of September, and it is but a part of the same truth that the First Crusade was as revolutionary as the French Revolution. It was of the same order as the massacre of St. Bartholomew, which was also a piece of purely popular fanaticism directed against what was also regarded as an anti-national aristocracy. It is practically self-evident that the Christian commanders were opposed to it and tried to stop it. Tancred promised their lives to the Moslems in the mosque, but the mob clearly disregarded him. Raymond of Toulouse himself saved those in the Tower of David and managed to send them safely with their property to Ascalon. But revolution, with all its evils as well as its good, was loose and raging in the streets of the Holy City. And in nothing do we see that spirit of revolution more clearly than in the sight of all those peasants and serfs and vassals in that one wild moment in revolt, not only against the conquered lords of Islam, but even against the conquering lords of Christendom. The whole strain of the siege, indeed, had been one of high and even horrible excitement. Those who tell us today about the psychology of the crowd will agree that men who have so suffered and so succeeded are not normal, that their brains are in a dreadful balance which may turn either way. They entered the city at last in a mood in which they might all have become monks, and instead they all became murderers. A brilliant general who played a decisive part in our own recent Palestinian campaign told me, with a sort of grim humour, that he hardly wondered at the story, for he himself had entered Jerusalem in a sort of fury of disappointment. We went through such a hell to get there, and now it's spoiled for all of us. Such is the heavy irony that hangs over our human nature. making it enter the holy city as if it were the heavenly city, and more than any earthly city can be. But the struggle which led to the scaling of Jerusalem in the first Crusade was something much wilder and more incalculable than anything that can be conceived in modern war. We can hardly wonder that the crusading crowd saw the town in front of them as a sort of tower full of demons, and the hills around them as an enchanted and accursed land. For in one very real sense it really was so. For all the elements and expedients were alike unknown qualities. All their enemies' methods were secrets sprung upon them. All their own methods were new things made out of nothing. They wondered alike what would be done on the other side and what could be done on their own side. Every movement against them was a stab out of the darkness, and every movement they made was a leap in the dark. First, on the one side, we have Tancred trying to take the whole fortified city by climbing up a single slender ladder, as if a man tried to lasso the peak of the mountain. Then we have the flinging from the turrets of a strange and frightful fiery rain, as if water itself had caught fire. It was afterwards known as the Greek fire, and was probably petroleum. But to those who had never seen or felt it before, it may well have seemed the flaming oil of witchcraft. Then Godfrey and the wiser of the warriors set about to build wooden siege towers, and found they had next to no wood to build them. There was scarcely anything in that rocky waste but the dwarf trees of olive, a poetic fantasy woven about that war, in after ages described them as hindered even in their wood-cutting by the demons of that weird place. And indeed the fancy had an essential truth, for the very nature of the land fought against them, and each of those dwarf trees, hard and hollow and twisted, may well have seemed like a grinning goblin. It is said that they found timbers by accident in a cavern. They tore down the beams from ruined houses. At last they got into touch with some craftsmen from Genoa, who went to work more successfully, skinning the cattle who had died in the heaps and covering the timbers. They built 3 high towers on rollers, and men and beasts dragged them heavily against the high towers of the city. The catapults of the city answered them, and cataracts of devouring fire came down. The wooden towers swayed and tottered, and 2 of them suddenly stuck motionless and useless. And as the darkness fell, a great flare must have told them that the third and last was in flames. All that night Godfrey was toiling to retrieve the disaster. He took down the whole tower from where it stood, and raised it again on the high ground to the north of the city, which is now marked by the pine trees that grows outside Herod's gate. And all the time he toiled, it was said, sinister sorcerers sat upon the battlements, working unknown marvels for the undoing of the labour of man. If the great knight had a touch of such symbolism on his own side, he might have seen it in his own strife with the solid timber, something of the craft that had surrounded the birth of his creed and the sacred trade of the carpenter. And indeed the very pattern of all carpentry is cruciform, and there is something more than an accident in the allegory. The transverse position of the timber does indeed involve many of those mathematical that are analogous to moral truths, and almost every structural shape has the shadow of the mystic rood, as the 3 dimensions have the shadow of the Trinity. Here is the true mystery of equality, since the longer beam might lengthen itself to infinity and never be nearer to the symbolic shape without the help of the shorter. Here is that war and wedding between 2 contrary forces resisting and supporting each other, the meeting place of contraries, which we, by a sort of pietistic pun, still call the crux of the question. Here is our angular and defiant answer to the self-devouring circle of Asia. It may be improbable, though it is far from impossible, for the age was philosophical enough, that a man like Godfrey thus extended the mystical to the metaphysical. But the writer of a real romance about him would be well within his rights in making him see the symbolism of his own tower, a tower rising above him through the clouds of night, as if taking hold of the heavens or showing its network of beams black against the daybreak, scaling the skies and open to all the winds. A ladder and a labyrinth, repeating till it was lost in the twilight, the pattern of the sign of the cross. When the dawn was come, all those starving peasants may well have stood before the high impregnable walls in the broad daylight of despair. Even their nightmares during the night of unearthly necromancers looking down at them from the battlements, and with signs and spells paralysing all their potential toils, may well have been a sort of pessimistic consolation, anticipating and accounting for failure. The holy city had become for them a fortress full of fiends, when Godfrey de Bouillon again set himself sword in hand upon the wooden tower, and gave the order once more to drag it tottering toward the towers on either side of the postern gate. So they crawled again across the fosse full of the slain, dragging their huge house of timber behind them, and all the blast and din of war broke again about their heads. A hail of bolts hammered such shields as covered them for a canopy. Stones and rocks fell on them and crushed them like flies in the mire. And from the engines of the Greek fire all the torrents of their torment came down on them like red rivers of hell. For indeed the souls of those peasants must have been sickened with something of the topsy-turvydom felt by too many peasants of our own time under the frightful flying batteries of scientific war, a blasphemy of inverted battle in which hell itself has occupied heaven. Something of the vapours vomited by such cruel chemistry may have mingled with the dust of battle, and darkened such light as showed where shattering rocks were rending a roof of shields, to men bowed and blinded as they are by such labour of dragging and such a hailstorm of death. They may have heard, through all the racket of nameless noise, the high minaret cries of Moslem triumph rising shriller like a wind in shrill pipes, and known little else of what was happening above or beyond them. It was most likely that they laboured and strove in that lower darkness, not knowing that high over their heads and up above the cloud of battle, the tower of timber and the tower of stone had touched and met in mid-heaven, and great Godfrey, alone and alive, had leapt upon the wall of Jerusalem. End of chapter 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 12. The Fall of Chivalry. On the back of this book is the name of the New Jerusalem, and on the first page of it a phrase about the necessity of going back to the old, even to find the new, as a man retraces his steps to a signpost. The common sense of that process is indeed most mysteriously misunderstood. Any suggestion that progress has at any time taken the wrong turning is always answered by the argument that men idealize the past and make a myth of the age of gold. If my progressive guide has led me into a morass or a man-trap by turning to the left by the red pillar box instead of to the right by the blue palings of the inn called the Rising Sun, my progressive guide always proceeds to soothe me by talking about the myth of an age of gold. He says I am idealizing the right turning. He says the blue palings are not so blue as they are painted. He says they are only blue with distance. He assures me there are spots on the sun, even on the rising sun. Sometimes he tells me I am wrong in my fixed conviction that the blue was of solid sapphires or the sun of solid gold. In short, he assures me I am wrong in supposing that the right turning was right in every possible respect, as if I had supposed anything of the sort. I wanted to go back to that particular place, not because it was all my fancy paints it, or because it was the best place my fancy can paint, but because it was a many thousand times better place than the man-trap in which he and his like have landed me. But above all, I wanted to go back to it, not because I know it was the right place, but because I think it was the right turning. And the right turning might possibly have led me to the right place, whereas the progressive guide has quite certainly led me to the wrong one. Now it is quite true that there is less general human testimony to the notion of a New Jerusalem in the future than to the notion of a golden age in the past. But neither of those ideas, whether or no they are illusions, are any answer to the question of a plain man in the plain position of this parable, a man who has to find some guidance in the past if he is to get any good in the future. What he positively knows in any case is the complete collapse of the present. Now that is the exact truth about the things so often rebuked as a romantic and unreal return of modern men to medieval things. They suppose they have taken the wrong turning because they know they are in the wrong place. To know that, it is necessary not to idealize the medieval world, but merely to realize the modern world. It is not so much that they suppose the medieval world was above the average as that they feel sure that the modern world is below the average. They do not start either with the idea that man is meant to live in a New Jerusalem of pearl and sapphire in the future, or that man was meant to live in a picturesque and richly painted tavern of the past, but with the strong inward and personal persuasion that a man was not meant to live in a man-trap. For there is and will be more and more a turn of total change in all our talk and writing about history. Everything in the past was praised if it had led up to the present, and blamed if it would have led up to anything else. In short, everybody has been searching the past for the secret of our success. Very soon everybody may be searching the past for the secret of our failure. They may be talking in such terms as they use after a motor smash or a bankruptcy. Where was the blunder? They may be writing such books as generals write after a military defeat. Whose was the fault? The failure will be assumed, even in being explained. For industrialism is no longer a vulgar success. On the contrary, it is now too tragic even to be vulgar. Under the cloud of doom, the modern city has taken on something of the dignity of Babel or Babylon. Whether we call it the nemesis of capitalism or the nightmare of Bolshevism makes no difference. The rich grumble as much as the poor. Everyone is discontented, and none more than those who are chiefly discontented with the discontent. About that discord we are in perfect harmony. About that disease we all think alike, whatever we think of the diagnosis or the cure. By whatever process in the past we might have come to the right place, practical facts in the present and future will prove more and more that we have come to the wrong place, and for many a premonition will grow more and more of a probability that we may or may not await another century or another world to see the New Jerusalem rebuilt and shining on our fields. But in the flesh we shall see Babylon fall. But there is another way in which that metaphor of the forked road will make the position plain. Medieval society was not the right place. It was only the right turning. It was only the right road, or perhaps only the beginning of the right road. The medieval age was very far from being the age in which everything went right. It would be nearer the truth, to call it the age in which everything went wrong. It was the moment when things might have developed well and did develop badly. Or rather, to be yet more exact, it was the moment when they were developing well, and yet they were driven to develop badly. This was the history of all the medieval states, and of none more than medieval Jerusalem. Indeed, there were signs of some serious idea of making the model medieval state, of this notion of Jerusalem as the New Jerusalem, of the utopian aspect of the adventure of the Latin kingdom, something may be said in a moment, but meanwhile there was a more important part played by Jerusalem, I think, in all that great progress and reaction which has left us the problem of modern Europe. And the suggestion of it is bound up with the former suggestion about the difference between the goal and the right road that might have led to it. It is bound up with that quality of the civilization in question, that it was potential rather than perfect, and there is no need to idealize it in order to regret it. This peculiar part played by Jerusalem I mention merely as a suggestion. I might almost say a suspicion. Anyhow, it is something of a guess, but I, for one, have found it a guide. Medievalism died, but it died young. It was at once energetic and incomplete when it died, or very shortly before it died. This is not a matter of sympathy or antipathy, but of appreciation of an interesting historic comparison with other historic cases. When the Roman Empire finally failed, we cannot, of course, say that it had done all it was meant to do, for that is dogmatism. We cannot even say it had done all that it might have done, for that is guesswork. But we can say that it had done certain definite things, and was conscious of having done them, that it had long and even literally rested on its laurels. But suppose that Rome had fallen when she had only half defeated Carthage, or when she had only half conquered Gaul, or even when the city was Christian but most of the provinces still heathen. Then we should have said not merely that Rome had not done what she might have done, but that she had not done what she was actually doing. And that is very much the truth of the matter of the medieval civilization. It was not merely that the medievals left undone what they might have done, but that they left undone what they were doing. This potential promise is proved not only in their successes, but their failures. It is shown, for instance, in the very defects of their art. All the crafts of which Gothic architecture formed the framework were developed not only less than they should have been, but less than they would have been. There is no sort of reason why their sculpture should not have become as perfect as their architecture. There is no sort of reason why their sense of form should not have been as finished as their sense of colour. A statue like that of the St. George of Donatello would have stood more appropriately under a Gothic than a classic arch. The niches were already made for the statues. The same thing is true, of course, not only about the state of the crafts, but about the status of the craftsman. The best proof that the system of the guilds had an undeveloped good in it is that the most advanced modern men are now going back 500 years to get the good out of it. The best proof that a rich house was brought to ruin is that our very pioneers are now digging in the ruins to find the riches. That the new guildsmen add a great deal that never belonged to the old guildsmen is not only a truth, but is part of the truth I maintain here. The new guildsmen add what the old guildsmen would have added if they had not died young. When we renew a frustrated thing, we do not renew the frustration. But if there are some things in the new that were not in the old, there were certainly some things in the old that are not yet visible in the new, such as individual humour in the handiwork. The point here, however, is not merely that the worker worked well, but that he was working better. Not merely that his mind was free, but that it was growing freer. All this popular power and humour was increasing everywhere, when something touched it and it withered away. The frost had struck it in the spring. Some people complain that the working man of our own day does not show an individual interest in his work. But it will be well to realize that they would be much more annoyed with him if he did. The medieval workman took so individual an interest in his work that he would call up devils entirely on his own account, carving them in corners according to his own taste and fancy. He would even reproduce the priests who were his patrons, and make them as ugly as devils, carving anti-clerical caricatures on the very seats and stalls of the clerics. If a modern householder, on entering his own bathroom, found that the plumber had twisted the taps into the images of two horned and grinning fiends, he would be faintly surprised. If the householder, on returning at evening to his house, found the door-knocker distorted into a repulsive likeness of himself, his surprise might even be tinged with disapproval. It may be just as well that the builders and bricklayers do not gratuitously attach gargoyles to our smaller residential villas. But well or ill, it is certainly true that this feature of a flexible popular fancy has never reappeared in any school of architecture or any state of society since the medieval decline. The great classical buildings of the Renaissance were swept as bare of it as any villa in Belgium. But those who best appreciate this loss to popular art will be the first to agree that at its best it retained a touch of the barbaric as well as the popular. While we can admire these matters of the grotesque, we can admit that their work was sometimes unintentionally as well as intentionally grotesque. Some of the carvings did remain so rude that the angels were almost as ugly as the devils. But this is the very point upon which I would here insist: the mystery of why men who were so obviously only beginning should have so suddenly stopped. Men with medieval sympathies are sometimes accused, absurdly enough, of trying to prove that the medieval period was perfect. In truth, the whole case for it is that it was imperfect. It was imperfect as an unripe fruit or a growing child is imperfect. Indeed, it was imperfect in that very particular fashion which most modern thinkers generally praise more than they ever praise maturity. It was something now much more popular than an age of perfection. It was an age of progress. It was perhaps the one real age of progress in all history. Men have seldom moved with such rapidity and such unity from barbarism to civilization as they did from the end of the Dark Ages to the times of the universities and the parliaments, the cathedrals and the guilds. Up to a certain point we may say that everything, at whatever stage of improvement, was full of the promise of improvement. Then something began to go wrong, almost equally rapidly, and the glory of this great culture is not so much in what it did as in what it might have done. It recalls one of these typical medieval speculations, full of the very fantasy of free will, in which the schoolmen tried to fancy the fate of every herb or animal if Adam had not eaten the apple. It remains, in a cant historical phrase, one of the great might-have-beens of history. I have said that it died young, but perhaps it would be truer to say that it suddenly grew old. Like Godfrey and many of its great champions in Jerusalem, it was overtaken in the prime of life by a mysterious malady. The more a man reads of history, the less easy he will find it to explain that secret and rapid decay of medieval civilization from within. Only a few generations separated the world that worshipped St. Francis from the world that burned Joan of Arc. One would think there might be no more than a date and a number between the white mystery of Louis IX and the black mystery of Louis XI. This is the very real historical mystery. The more realistic is our study of medieval things, the more puzzled we shall be about the peculiar creeping paralysis which affected things so virile and so full of hope. There was a growth of moral morbidity as well as social inefficiency, especially in the governing classes, for even to the end the guildsmen and the peasants remained much more vigorous. How it ended we all know. Personally, I should say that they got the Reformation and deserved it. But it matters nothing to the truth here whether the Reformation was just a revolt and revenge or an unjust culmination and conquest. It is common ground to Catholics and Protestants of intelligence that evils preceded and produced the schism, and that evils were produced by it and have pursued it down to our own day. We know it, if only in one example, that the schism began the 30 Years' War, and the 30 Years' War begat the 7 Years' War, and the 7 Years' War begat the Great War, which has passed like a pestilence through our own homes. After the schism, Prussia could relapse into heathenry and erect an ethical system external to the whole culture of Christendom. But it can still be reasonably asked what begat the schism, and it can still be reasonably answered, something that went wrong with medievalism. But what was it that went wrong? When I looked for the last time on the towers of Zion, I had a fixed fancy that I knew what it was. It is a thing that cannot be proved or disproved. It must sound merely an ignorant guess. But I believe myself that it died of disappointment. I believe the whole medieval society failed because the heart went out of it with the loss of Jerusalem. Let it be observed that I do not say the loss of the war or even the crusade. For the war against Islam was not lost. The Moslem was overthrown in the real battlefield, which was Spain. He was menaced in Africa. His imperial power was already stricken and beginning slowly to decline. I do not mean the political calculations about a Mediterranean war. I do not even mean the papal conceptions about the Holy War. I mean the purely popular picture of the Holy City. For while the aristocratic thing was a view, the vulgar thing was a vision, something with which all stories stop, something where the rainbow ends, something over the hills and far away. In Spain they had been victorious, but their castle was not even a castle in Spain. It was a castle east of the sun and west of the moon, and the fairy prince could find it no more. Indeed, that idle image out of the nursery books fits it very exactly, for its mystery was and is standing in the middle, or, as they say, in the very centre of the earth. It is east of the sun of Europe, which fills the world with the daylight of sanity, and ripens real and growing things. It is west of the moon of Asia, mysterious and archaic, with its cold volcanoes, silver mirror for poets, and a most fatal magnet for lunatics. Anyhow, the fall of Jerusalem, and in that sense the failure of the Crusades, had a widespread effect, as I should myself suggest, for the reason I have myself suggested. Because it had been a popular movement, it was a popular disappointment. And because it had been a popular movement, its ideal was an image, a particular picture in the imagination. For poor men are almost always particularists, and nobody has ever seen such a thing as a mob of pantheists. I have seen in some of that lost literature of the old guilds, which is now everywhere coming to light, a list of the stage properties required for some village play, one of those popular plays acted by the medieval trades unions, for which the Guild of the Shipwrights would build Noah's Ark, or the Guild of the Barbers provide golden wigs for the halos of the 12 Apostles. The list of those crude pieces of stage furniture had a curious colour of poetry about it, like the impromptu apparatus of a nursery charade, a cloud, an idol, with a club, and notably among the rest, the walls and towers of Jerusalem. I can imagine them patiently painted and gilded as a special feature, like the 2 tubs of Mr. Vincent Crummles. But I can also imagine that towards the end of the Middle Ages, the master of the revels might begin to look at those towers of wood and pasteboard with a sort of pain, and perhaps put them away in a corner, as a child will tire of a toy, especially if it is associated with a disappointment or a dismal misunderstanding. There is noticeable in some of the later popular poems a disposition to sulk about the Crusades. But though the popular feeling had been largely poetical, the same thing did in its degree occur in the political realm that was purely practical. The Moslem had been checked, but he had not been checked enough. The whole story of what was called the Eastern Question and the 3/4 of the wars of the modern world were due to the fact that he was not checked enough. The only thing to do with unconquerable things is to conquer them. That alone will cure them of invincibility, or what is worse, their own vision of invincibility. That was the conviction of those of us who would not accept what we considered a premature peace with Prussia. That is why we would not listen either to the Tory pro-Germanism of Lord Lansdowne or the Socialist pro-Germanism of Mr. MacDonald. If a lunatic believes in his luck so fixedly as to feel sure he cannot be caught, he will not only believe in it still, but believe in it more and more, until the actual instant when he is caught. The longer the chase, the more certain he will be of escaping. The more narrow the escapes, the more certain will be the escape. And indeed, if he does escape, it will seem a miracle and almost a divine intervention, not only to the pursued, but to the pursuers. The evil thing will chiefly appear unconquerable to those who try to conquer it. It will seem, after all, to have a secret success, and those who failed against it will hide in their hearts a secret failure. It was that secret failure, I fancy, that slowly withered from within the high hopes of the Middle Ages. Christianity and chivalry had measured their force against Mahound, and Mahound had not fallen. The shadow of his horned helmet, the crest of the crescent, still lay across their sunnier lands. The horns of Hatton, the streams of life that flowed to guilds and schools and orders of knighthood and brotherhoods of friars, were strangely changed and chilled. So if the peace had left Prussianism secure even in Prussia, I believe that all the liberal ideas of the Latins, and all the liberties of the English, and the whole theory of a democratic experiment in America would have begun to die of a deep and even subconscious despair. A vote, a jury, a newspaper, would not be as they are, things of which it is hard to make the right use, or of any use. They would be things of which nobody would even try to make any use. A vote would actually look like a vassal's cry of Haro, a jury would look like a joust, many would no more read headlines than blazon heraldic coats. For these medieval things looked dead and dusty because of a defeat, which was none the less a defeat because it was more than half a victory. A curious cloud of confusion rests on the details of that defeat. The Christian captains who acted in it were certainly men on a different moral level from the good Duke Godfrey. Their characters were by comparison mixed and even mysterious. Perhaps the two determining personalities were Raymond of Tripoli, a skilful soldier whom his enemies seemed to have accused of being much too skilful a diplomatist, and Renaud of Chatillon, a violent adventurer whom his enemies seemed to have accused of being little better than a bandit. And it is the irony of the incident that Raymond got into trouble for making a dubious peace with the Saracens, while Renaud got into trouble by making an equally dubious war on the Saracens. Renaud exacted from the Moslem travellers on a certain road what he regarded as a sort of feudal toll or tax, and they regarded as a brigand ransom. And when they did not pay, he attacked them. This was regarded as a breach of the truce. But probably it would have been easier to regard Renaud as waging the war of a robber, if many had not regarded Raymond as having made the truce of the traitor. Probably Raymond was not a traitor, since the military advice he gave to the very instant of catastrophe was entirely loyal and sound, and worthy of so wise a veteran. And very likely Renaud was not merely a robber, especially in his own eyes, and there seems to be a much better case for him than many modern writers allow. But the very fact of such charges being bandied among the faction shows a certain fall from the first days under the headship of the House of Bouillon. No slanderer ever suggested that Godfrey was a traitor. No enemy ever asserted that Godfrey was only a thief. It is fairly clear that there had been a degeneration, but most people hardly realize sufficiently that there had been a very great thing from which to degenerate. The first Crusades had really had some notion of Jerusalem as a new Jerusalem. I mean that they had really had a vision of the place not being only a promised land, but a utopia, or even an earthly paradise. The outstanding fact and feature which is seldom seized is this, that the social experiment in Palestine was rather in advance of the social experiments of the rest of Christendom. Having to begin at the beginning, they really began with what they considered the best ideas of their time, like any group of socialists founding an ideal commonwealth in a modern colony. A specialist on this period, Colonel Condor, of the Palestine Exploration, has written that the core of the code was founded on the recommendations of Godfrey himself in his Letters of the Sepulchre, and he observes concerning it, "The basis of these laws was found in Justinian's code, and they presented features as yet quite unknown in Europe, especially in their careful provision of justice for the bourgeois and the peasant, and for the trading communes whose fleets were so necessary to the king. Not only were free men judged by juries of their equals, but the same applied to those who were technically serfs and actually aborigines." The original arrangements of the native court seem to me singularly liberal, even by modern standards of the treatment of natives. That in many such medieval codes citizens were still called serfs is no more final than the fact that in many modern capitalist newspapers serfs are still called citizens. The whole point about the villein was that he was a tenant, at least as permanent as a peasant. He went with the land, and there are a good many hopeless tramps starving in streets or sleeping in ditches, who might not be sorry if they could go with a little land. It would not be very much worse than homelessness and hunger to go with a good kitchen garden, of which you could always eat most of the beans and turnips, or to go with a good cornfield, of which you could take a considerable portion of the corn. There has been many a modern man who would have been none the worse for going about burdened with such a green island, or dragging the chains of such a tangle of green living things. As a fact, of course, this system throughout Christendom was already evolving rapidly into a pure peasant proprietorship, and it will be long before industrialism evolves by itself into anything so equal or so free. Above all, there appears notably that universal mark of the medieval movement, the voluntary liberation of slaves. But we may willingly allow that something of the earlier success of all this was due to the personal qualities of the first knights fresh from the West, and especially to the personal justice and moderation of Godfrey and some of his immediate kindred. Godfrey died young. His successors had mostly short periods of power, largely through the prevalence of malaria and the absence of medicine. Royal marriages with the more oriental tradition of the Armenian princes brought in new elements of luxury and cynicism, and by the time of the disputed truce of Raymond of Tripoli, the crown had descended to a man named Guy de Lusignan, who seems to have been regarded as a somewhat unsatisfactory character. He had quarrelled with Raymond, who was ruler of Galilee, and a curious and rather incomprehensible concession made by the latter, that the Saracens should ride in arms but in peace round his land, led to alleged Moslem insults to Nazareth, and the outbreak of the furious Templar, Gerard of Bidford, of which mention has been made already. But the most serious threat to them and their New Jerusalem was the emergence among the Moslems of a man of military genius, and the fact that all that land lay now under the shadow of the ambition and ardour of Saladin. With the breach of the truce, or even the tale of it, the common danger of Christians was apparent, and Raymond of Tripoli repaired to the royal headquarters to consult with his late enemy the king. But he seems to have been almost openly treated as a traitor. Gerard of Bidford, the fanatic who was the Grand Master of the Templars, forced the king's hand against the advice of the wiser soldier, who had pointed out the peril of perishing of thirst in the waterless wastes between them and the enemy. Into those wastes they advanced, and they were already weary and unfit for warfare by the time they came in sight of the strange hills that will be remembered for ever under the name of the Horns of Hattin. On those hills, a few hours later, the last knights of an army of which half had fallen gathered in a final defiance and despair round the relic they carried in their midst, a fragment of the true cross. In that hour fell, as I have fancied, more hopes than they themselves could number, and the glory departed from the Middle Ages. There fell with them all that New Jerusalem, which was the symbol of a new world, all those great and growing promises and possibilities of Christendom, of which this vision was the centre, all that justice for the bourgeois and the peasant and for the trading communes, all the guilds that gained their charters by fighting for the cross, all the hopes of a happier transformation of the Roman law wedded to charity and to chivalry. There was the first slip and the great swerving of our fate, and in that wilderness we lost all the things we should have loved, that shall need so long a labour to find again. Raymond of Tripoli had hewn his way through the enemy and ridden away to Tyre. The king, with a few of the remaining nobles, including Renaud de Chatillon, were brought before Saladin in his tent. There occurred a scene strangely typical of the mingled strains in the creed or the culture that triumphed on that day. The stately Eastern courtesy and hospitality, the wild Eastern hatred and self-will. Saladin welcomed the king and gracefully gave him a cup of sherbet, which he passed to Renaud. "It is thou and not I who has given him to drink," said the Saracen, preserving the precise letter, the punctilio of hospitality. Then he suddenly flung himself, raving and reviling, upon Renaud de Chatillon, and killed the prisoner with his own hands. Outside, 200 Hospitallers and Templars were beheaded on the field of battle, by one account I have read, because Saladin disliked them, and by another, because they were Christian priests. There is a strong bias against the Christians and in favour of the Moslems and the Jews in most of the Victorian historical works, especially historical novels. And most people of modern, or rather of very recent times, got all their notions of history from dipping into historical novels. In those romances the Jew is always the oppressed, where in reality he was often the oppressor. In those romances the Arab is always credited with Oriental dignity and courtesy, and never with Oriental crookedness and cruelty. The same injustice is introduced into history, which by means of selection and omission can be made as fictitious as any fiction. 20 historians mention the way in which the maddened Christian mob murdered the Moslems after the capture of Jerusalem, for one who mentions that the Moslem commander commanded in a cold-blooded murder of some 200 of his most famous and valiant enemies after the victory of Hattin. The former cannot be shown to have been the act of Tancred, while the latter was quite certainly the act of Saladin. Yet Tancred is described as at best a doubtful character, while Saladin is represented as a Bayard without fear or blame. Both of them doubtless were ordinary, faulty, fighting men, but they are not judged by an equal balance. It may seem a paradox that there should be this prejudice in Western history in favour of Eastern heroes, but the cause is clear enough. It is the remains of the revolt among many Europeans against their own old religious organisation, which naturally made them hunt through all ages for its crimes and its victims. It was natural that Voltaire should sympathise more with a Brahmin he had never seen than with a Jesuit with whom he was engaged in a violent controversy, and should similarly feel more dislike of a Catholic who was his enemy than of a Moslem who was the enemy of his enemy. In this atmosphere of natural and even pardonable prejudice arose the habit of contrasting the intolerance of the Crusaders with the toleration showed by the Moslems. Now, as there are two sides to everything, it would undoubtedly be quite possible to tell the tale of the Crusades correctly enough in detail, and in such a way as entirely to justify the Moslems and condemn the Crusaders. But any such record of the Moslem case would have very little to do with any questions of tolerance or intolerance, or any modern ideas about religious liberty and equality, as the modern world does not know what it means itself by religious liberty and equality, as the moderns have not thought out any logical theory of toleration at all, for their vague generalisations can always be upset by 20 tests from thugs to Christian Science. It would obviously be unreasonable to expect the moderns to understand the much clearer philosophy of the Moslems, but some rough suggestion of what was really involved may be found convenient in this case. Islam was not originally a movement directed against Christianity at all. It did not face westwards, so to speak. It faced eastwards toward the idolatries of Asia. But Muhammad believed that these idols could be fought more successfully with a simpler kind of creed, one might almost say with a simpler kind of Christianity, for he included many things which we in the West commonly suppose not only to be peculiar to Christianity, but to be peculiar to Catholicism. Many things have been rejected by Protestantism that are not rejected by Mahometanism. Thus the Moslems believe in purgatory, and they give at least a sort of dignity to the Mother of Christ. About such things as these they have little of the bitterness that rankles in the Jews and is sometimes to be hideously vitriolic. While I was in Palestine, a distinguished Moslem said to a Christian resident, "We also, as well as you, honour the Mother of Christ. Never do we speak of her, but we call her the Lady Miriam. I dare not tell you what the Jews call her." The real mistake of the Moslems is something much more modern in its application than any particular or passing persecution of Christians as such. It lay in the very fact that they did think they had a simpler and saner sort of Christianity, as do many modern Christians. They thought it could be made universal merely by being made uninteresting. Now, a man preaching what he thinks is a platitude is far more intolerant than a man preaching what he admits is a paradox. It was exactly because it seemed self-evident to Moslems, as to Bolshevists, that their simple creed was suited to everybody, that they wished in that particular sweeping fashion to impose it on everybody. It was because Islam was broad that Moslems were narrow, and because it was not a hard religion it was a heavy rule. Because it was without a self-correcting complexity, it allowed of those simple and masculine, but mostly rather dangerous appetites that show themselves in a chieftain or a lord. As it had the simplest sort of religion, monotheism, so it had the simplest sort of government, monarchy. There was exactly the same direct spirit in its despotism as in its deism. The code, the common law, the give and take of charters and chivalric vows did not grow in that golden desert. The great sun was in the sky, and the great Saladin was in his tent, and he must be obeyed unless he were assassinated. Those who complain of our creeds as elaborate often forget that the elaborate Western creeds have produced the elaborate Western constitutions, and that they are elaborate because they are emancipated. And the real moral of the relations of the two great religions is something much more subtle and sincere than any mere atrocity tales against Turks. It is the same as the moral of the Christian refusal of a pagan pantheon, in which Christ should rank with Ammon and Apollo. Twice the Christian Church refused what seemed like a handsome offer of a large latitudinarian sort, once to include Christ as a god, and once to include him as a prophet, once by the admission of all idols, and once by the abandonment of all idols. Twice the Church took the risk, and twice the Church survived alone and succeeded alone, filling the world with her own children and leaving her rivals in a desert where the idols were dead and the iconoclasts were dying. But all this history has been hidden by a prejudice more general than the particular case of Saracens and Crusaders. The modern, or rather the Victorian, prejudice against Crusaders is positive and not relative, and it would still desire to condemn Tancred if it could not acquit Saladin. Indeed, it is a prejudice not so much against Crusaders as against Christians. It will not give to these heroes of religious war the fair measure it gives to the heroes of ordinary patriotic and imperial war. There never was a nobler hero than Nelson, or one more national or more normal. Yet Nelson quite certainly did do what Tancred almost certainly did not do: break his own word by giving up his own brave enemies to execution. If the cause of Nelson in other times comes to be treated as the creed of Tancred has often in recent times been treated, this incident alone will be held sufficient to prove not only that Nelson was a liar and a scoundrel, but that he did not love England at all, did not love Lady Hamilton at all, that he sailed in English ships only to pocket the prize money of French ships, and would as willingly have sailed in French ships for the sake of prize money of English ships. That is the sort of dull dust of gold that has been shaken like the drifting dust of the desert over the swords and relics, the crosses and the clasped hands of the men who marched to Jerusalem or died at Hattin. In these medieval pilgrims every inconsistency is a hypocrisy, while in the more modern patriots even an infamy is only an inconsistency. I have rounded off the story here with the ruin at Hattin because the whole reaction against the pilgrimage had its origin there, and because it was this at least that finally lost Jerusalem. Elsewhere in Palestine, to say nothing of Africa and Spain, splendid counter-strokes were still being delivered from the West, not the least being the splendid rescue by Richard of England. But I still think that with the mere name of that tiny town upon the hills, the note of the whole human revolution has been struck, was changed, and was silent. All the other names were only the names of Eastern towns, but that was nearer to a man than his neighbours, a village inside his village, a house inside his house. There is a hill above Bethlehem of a strange shape, with a flat top, which makes it look oddly like an island, habitable though uninhabited, when all Moab heaves about it and beyond it as with the curves and colours of a sea. Its stability suggests in some strange fashion what may often be felt in these lands with the longest record of culture, that there may be not only a civilization, but even a chivalry older than history. Perhaps the tableland with its round top has a romantic reminiscence of a round table. Perhaps it is only a fantastic effect of evening, for it is felt most when the low skies are swimming with the colours of sunset, and in the shadows the shattered rocks about its base take on the shapes of titanic paladins fighting and falling around it. I only know that the mere shape of the hill and vista of the landscape suggested such visions, and it was only afterwards that I heard the local legend, which says it is here that some of the Christian knights made their last stand after they lost Jerusalem, and which names this height the Mountain of the Latins. They fell, and the ages rolled on them the rocks of scorn. They were buried in jests and buffooneries. As the Renaissance expanded into the rationalism of recent centuries, nothing seemed so ridiculous as to butcher and bleed in a distant desert, not only for a tomb, but an empty tomb. The last legend of them withered under the wit of Cervantes, though he himself had fought in the last crusade at Lepanto. They were kicked about like dead donkeys by the cool vivacity of Voltaire, who went off very symbolically to dance attendance on the new drill sergeant of the Prussians. They were dissected like strange beasts by the serene disgust of Gibbon, more serene than the similar horror with which he regarded the similar violence of the French Revolution. By our own time even the flippancy has become a platitude. They have long been the butt of every penny-a-liner who can talk of a helmet as a tin pot, of every caricaturist on a comic paper who can draw a fat man falling off a bucking horse, of every pushing professional politician who can talk about the superstitions of the Middle Ages. Great men and small have agreed to contemn them. They were renounced by the children and refuted by their biographers. They were exposed, they were exploded, they were ridiculed, and they were right. They were proved wrong, and they were right. They were judged finally and forgotten, and they were right. Centuries after their fall, the full experience and development of political discovery has shown beyond question that they were right. For there is a very simple test of the truth of that very thing which was dismissed as a dream of the ages of faith. We have been forced to turn into a fact in the ages of fact. It is now more certain than it ever was before that Europe must rescue some lordship or overlordship of those old Roman provinces. Whether it is wise for England alone to claim Palestine, whether it would be better if the Entente could do so, I think a serious question. But in some form they are reverting for the Roman Empire. Every opportunity has been given for any other empire that could be its equal, and especially for the great dream of a mission for Imperial Islam. If ever a human being had a run for his money, it was the Sultan of the Moslems riding on his Arab steed. His empire expanded over beyond the Greek Empire of Byzantium. A last charge of the chivalry of Poland barely stopped it at the very gates of Vienna. He was free to unfold everything that was in him, and he unfolded the death that was in him. He reigned and could not rule. He was successful and did not succeed. His baffled and retreating enemies left him standing, and he could not stand. He fell finally with that other half-heathen power in the north, with which he had made an alliance against the remains of Roman and Byzantian culture. He fell because barbarism cannot stand, because even when it succeeds it rather falls on its foes and crushes them. And after all these things, after all these ages, with a wearier philosophy, with a heavier heart, we have been forced to do again the very thing that the Crusaders were derided for doing. What Western men failed to do for the faith, other Western men have been forced to do even without the faith. The sons of Tancred are again in Tripoli. The heirs of Raymond are again in Syria. And men from the Midlands or the Northumbrian towns went again through a furnace of thirst and fever and furious fighting to gain the same watercourses and invest the same cities as of old. They trod the hills of Galilee, and the horns of Hattin threw no shadow on their souls. They crossed dark and disastrous fields whose fame has been hidden from them, and avenged the fathers they had forgotten. And the most cynical of modern diplomatists, making their settlement by the most sceptical of modern philosophies, can find no practical or even temporary solution for this sacred land except to bring it again under the crown of Coeur de Lion and the cross of St. George. There came in through the crooked entry, beside the great gap in the wall, a tall soldier, dismounting and walking, and wearing only the dust-hued habit of modern war. There went no trumpet before him, neither did he enter by the Golden Gate. But the silence of the deserts was full of a phantom acclamation, as when from far away a wind brings in a whisper the cheering of many thousand men. For in that hour a long-lost cry found fulfilment, and something counted irrational returned in the reason of things. And at last even the wise understood, and at last even the learned were enlightened on a need truly and indeed international, which a mob in a darker age had known by the light of nature, something that could be denied and delayed and evaded, but not escaped forever. Id Deus Vult. End of chapter 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 13. The Problem of Zionism. There is an attitude for which my friends and I were for a long period rebuked and even reviled, and of which at the present period we are less likely than ever to repent. It was always called anti-Semitism, but it was always much more true to call it Zionism. At any rate, it was much nearer to the nature of the thing to call it Zionism, whether or no it can find its geographical concentration in Zion. The substance of this heresy was exceedingly simple. It consisted entirely in saying that Jews are Jews, and as a logical consequence that they are not Russians or Romanians or Italians or Frenchmen or Englishmen. During the war, the newspapers commonly referred to them as Russians, but the ritual wore so singularly thin that I remember one newspaper paragraph saying that the Russians in the East End complained of the food regulations because their regulations forbade them to eat pork. My own brief contact with the Greek priests of the Orthodox Church in Jerusalem did not permit me to discover any trace of this detail of their discipline, and even the Russian pilgrims were said to be equally negligent in the matter. The point for the moment, however, is that if I was violently opposed to anything, it was not to Jews, but to that sort of remark about Jews, or rather to the silly and craven fear of making it a remark about Jews. But my friends and I had, in some general sense, a policy in the matter, and it was in substance the desire to give Jews the dignity and status of a separate nation. We desired that in some fashion, and so far as possible, Jews should be represented by Jews, should live in a society of Jews, should be judged by Jews and ruled by Jews. I am an anti-Semite, if that is anti-Semitism. It would seem more rational to call it Semitism. Of this attitude, I repeat, I am now less likely than ever to repent. I have lived to see the thing that was dismissed as a fad discussed everywhere as a fact, and one of the most menacing facts of the age. I have lived to see people who accuse me of anti-Semitism become far more anti-Semitic than I am or ever was. I have heard people talking with real injustice about the Jews who once seemed to think it an injustice to talk about them at all. But above all, I have seen with my own eyes wild mobs marching through a great city, raving not only against Jews, but against the English for identifying themselves with the Jews. I have seen the whole prestige of England brought into peril merely by the trick of talking about two nations as if they were one. I have seen an Englishman arriving in Jerusalem with somebody he had been taught to regard as his fellow countryman and political colleague, and received as if he had come arm in arm with a flaming dragon. So do our frosty fictions fare when they come under that burning sun. Twice in my life, and twice lately, I have seen a piece of English pedantry bring us within an inch of an enormous English peril. The first was when all the Victorian historians and philosophers had told us that our German cousin was a cousin German and even Germain, something naturally near and sympathetic. And that also was an identification. That also was an assimilation. That also was a union of hearts. For the second time in a few short years, English politicians and journalists have discovered the dreadful revenge of reality. To pretend that something is what it is not is business that can easily be fashionable and sometimes popular. But the thing we have agreed to regard as what it is not will always abruptly punish and pulverize us, merely by being what it is. For years we were told that the Germans were a sort of Englishmen because they were Teutons, but it was all the worse for us when we found out what Teutons really were. For years we were told that Jews were a sort of Englishmen because they were British subjects. It is all the worse for us now. We have to regard them not subjectively as subjects, but objectively as objects of a fierce hatred among the Moslems and the Greeks. We are in the absurd position of introducing to these people a new friend whom they instantly recognize as an old enemy. It is an absurd position because it is a false position, but it is merely the penalty of falsehood. Whether this Eastern anger is reasonable or not may be discussed in a moment, but what is utterly unreasonable is not the anger but the astonishment. At least it is our astonishment at their astonishment. We might believe ourselves in the view that a Jew is an Englishman, but there was no reason why they should regard him as an Englishman, since they already recognized him as a Jew. This is the whole present problem of the Jew in Palestine, and it must be solved either by the logic of Zionism or the logic of purely English supremacy and impartiality, and not by what seems to everybody in Palestine a monstrous muddle of the two. But of course it is not only the peril in Palestine that has made the realization of the Jewish problem, which once suffered all the dangers of a fad, suffer the opposite dangers of a fashion. The same journalists who politely describe Jews as Russians are now very impolitely describing certain Russians who are Jews. Many who had no particular objection to Jews as capitalists have a very great objection to them as Bolshevists. Those who had an innocent unconsciousness of the nationality of Eckstein, even when he called himself Eckstein, have managed to discover the nationality of Braunstein, even when he calls himself Trotsky. And much of this peril also might easily have been lessened by the simple proposal to call men and things by their own names. I will confess, however, that I have no very full sympathy with the new anti-Semitism, which is merely anti-socialism. There are good, honourable, and magnanimous Jews of every type and rank. There are many to whom I am greatly attached among my own friends in my own rank. But if I have to make a general choice on a general chance among different types of Jews, I have much more sympathy with the Jew who is revolutionary than with the Jew who is plutocratic. In other words, I have much more sympathy for the Israelite we are beginning to reject than for the Israelite we have already accepted. I have much more respect for him when he leads some sort of revolt, however narrow and anarchic, against the oppression of the poor, than when he is safe at the head of a great money-lending business oppressing the poor himself. It is not the poor aliens, but the rich aliens I wish we had excluded. I myself wholly reject Bolshevism, not because its actions are violent, but because its very thought is materialistic and mean. And if this preference is true even of Bolshevism, it is 10 times truer of Zionism. It really seems to me rather hard that the full storm of fury should have burst about the Jews at the very moment when some of them at least have felt the call of a far cleaner ideal, and that when we have tolerated their trick with our country, we should turn on them precisely when they seek in sincerity for their own. But in order to judge this Jewish possibility, we must understand more fully the nature of the Jewish problem. We must consider it from the start, because there are still many who do not know that there is a Jewish problem. That problem has its proof, of course, in the history of the Jew, and the fact that he came from the East. A Jew will sometimes complain of the injustice of describing him as a man of the East, but in truth another very real injustice may be involved in treating him as a man of the West. Very often even the joke against the Jews is rather a joke against those who have made the joke, that is, a joke against what they have made out of the Jew. This is true especially for the instance of many points of religion and ritual. Thus we cannot help feeling, for instance, that there is something a little grotesque about the Hebrew habit of putting on a top hat as an act of worship. It is vaguely mixed up with another line of humour about another class of Jew who wears a large number of hats and who must not therefore be credited with an extreme or extravagant religious zeal, leading him to pile up a pagoda of hats toward heaven. To Western eyes and Western conditions, there really is something inevitably fantastic about this formality of the synagogue. But we ought to remember that we have made the Western conditions which startle the Western eyes. It seems odd to wear a modern top hat as if it were a mitre or biretta. It seems quainter still when the hat is worn even for the momentary purpose of saying grace before lunch. It seems quaintest of all when, at some Jewish luncheon parties, a tray of hats is actually handed round, and each guest helps himself to a hat as a sort of hors d'oeuvre. All this could easily be turned into a joke, But we ought to realize that the joke is against ourselves. It is not merely we who make fun of it, but we who have made it funny. For after all, nobody can pretend that this particular type of headdress is a part of that uncouth imagery, setting painting and sculpture at defiance, which Renan remarked in the tradition of Hebrew civilization. Nobody can say that the top hat was among the strange symbolic utensils dedicated to the obscure service of the ark. Nobody can suppose that a top hat descended from heaven among the wings and wheels of the flying visions of the prophets. For this wild vision the West is entirely responsible. Europe has created the Tower of Giotto, but it has also created the topper. We of the West must bear the burden as best we may, both of the responsibility and of the hat. It is solely the special type and shape of hat that makes the Hebrew ritual seem ridiculous. Performed in the old original Hebrew fashion, it is not ridiculous, but rather, if anything, sublime. For the original fashion was an Oriental fashion, and the Jews are Orientals, and the mark of all such Orientals is the wearing of long and loose draperies. To throw those loose draperies over the head is decidedly a dignified and even poetic gesture. One can imagine something like justice done to its majesty and mystery in one of the great dark drawings of William Blake. It may be true, and personally I think it is true, that the Hebrew covering of the head signifies a certain stress on the fear of God, which is the beginning of wisdom, while the Christian uncovering of the head suggests rather the love of God that is the end of wisdom. But this has nothing to do with the taste and dignity of the ceremony, and to do justice to these we must treat the Jew as an Oriental. We must even dress him as an Oriental. I have only taken this as one working example out of many that would point to the same conclusion. A number of points upon which the unfortunate alien is blamed would be much improved if he were not less of an alien, but rather more of an alien. They arise from his being too like us and too little like himself. It is obviously the case, for instance, touching that vivid vulgarity in clothes, and especially the colours of clothes, with which a certain sort of Jew brightens the landscape or seascape at Margate or many holiday resorts. When we see a foreign gentleman on Brighton Pier wearing yellow spats, a magenta waistcoat, and an emerald green tie, we feel that he has somehow missed certain fine shades of social sensibility and fitness. It might considerably surprise the company on Brighton Pier if he were to reply by solemnly unwinding his green necktie from round his neck and winding it round his head. Yet the reply would be the right one, and it would be equally logical and artistic. As soon as the green tie had become a green turban, it might look as appropriate and even attractive as the green turban of any pilgrim of Mecca or any descendant of Mahomet who walks with a stately air through the streets of Jaffa or Jerusalem. The bright colours that make the Margate Jews hideous are no brighter than those that make the Moslem crowd picturesque. They are only worn in the wrong place, in the wrong way, and in conjunction with a type and cut of clothing that is meant to be more sober and restrained. Little can really be urged against him in that respect, except that his artistic instinct is rather for colour than form, especially of the kind that we ourselves have labelled good form. This is a mere symbol, but it is so suitable a symbol that I have often offered it symbolically as a solution of the Jewish problem. I felt disposed to say, let all liberal legislation stand, let all literal and legal civic equality stand, let a Jew occupy any political or social position which he can gain in open competition. Let us not listen for a moment to any suggestions of reactionary restrictions or racial privilege. Let a Jew be Lord Chief Justice if his exceptional veracity and reliability have clearly marked him out for that post. Let a Jew be Archbishop of Canterbury if our national religion has attained to that receptive breadth that would render such a transition unobjectionable and even unconscious. But let there be one single clause bill, one simple and sweeping law about Jews, and no other. Be it enacted by the King's most excellent Majesty, by and with the advice of the Lords Spiritual and Temporal, and the Commons in Parliament assembled, that every Jew must be dressed like an Arab. Let him sit on the woolsack, but let him sit there dressed as an Arab. Let him preach in St. Paul's Cathedral, but let him preach there dressed as an Arab. It is not my point at present to dwell on the pleasing if flippant fancy of how much this would transform the political scene of the dapper figure of Sir Herbert Samuel, swathed as a Bedouin, or Sir Alfred Mond, gaining a yet greater grandeur from the gorgeous and trailing robes of the East. If my image is quaint, my intention is quite serious, and the point of it is not personal to any particular Jew. The point applies to any Jew and to our own recovery of healthier relations with him. The point is that we should know where we are, and he would know where he is, which is in a foreign land. This is but a parenthesis and a parable, but it brings us to the concrete, controversial matter, which is the Jewish problem. Only a few years ago it was regarded as a mark of bloodthirsty disposition to admit that the Jewish problem was a problem, or even that the Jew was a Jew. Through much misunderstanding, certain friends of mine and myself have persisted in disregarding the silence thus imposed. But facts have fought for us more effectively than words. By this time nobody is more conscious of the Jewish problem than the most intelligent and idealistic of the Jews. The folly of the fashion by which Jews often conceal their Jewish names must surely be manifest by this time, even to those who conceal them. To mention but one example of the way in which this fiction falsified the relations of everybody and everything, it is enough to note that it involved the Jews themselves in a quite new and quite needless unpopularity in the first years of the war. A poor little Jewish tailor who called himself by a German name merely because he lived for a short time in a German town was instantly mobbed in Whitechapel for his share in the invasion of Belgium. He was cross-examined about why he had damaged the Tower of Rheims, and talked to as if he had killed Nurse Cavell with his own pair of shears. It was very unjust, quite as unjust as it would be to ask Bethman Holloway why he had stabbed Eglin, or hewed Agag in pieces. But it was partly at least the fault of the Jew himself, and of the whole of that futile and unworthy policy which had led him to call himself Bernstein when his name was Benjamin. In such cases the Jews are accused of all sorts of faults they have not got, but there are faults that they have got. Some of the charges against them in the cases I have quoted concerning religious ritual and artistic taste are due merely to the false light in which they are regarded. Other faults may also be due to the false position in which they are placed. But the faults exist, and nothing was ever more dangerous to everybody concerned than the recent fashion of denying or ignoring them. It was done simply by the snobbish habit of suppressing the experience and evidence of the majority of people, and especially of the majority of poor people. It was done by confining the controversy to a small world of wealth and refinement, remote from all the real facts involved. For the rich are the most ignorant people on earth, and the best that can be said for them in cases like these is that their ignorance often reaches the point of innocence. I will take a typical case which sums up the whole of this absurd fashion. There was a controversy in the columns of an important daily paper some time ago on the subject of the character of Shylock in Shakespeare. Actors and authors of distinction, including some of the most brilliant of living Jews, argued the matter from the most varied points of view. Some said that Shakespeare was prevented by the prejudice of his time from having a complete sympathy with Shylock. Some said that Shakespeare was only restrained by fear of the powers of his time from expressing his complete sympathy with Shylock. Some wondered how or why Shakespeare had got hold of such a queer story as that of the pound of flesh, and what it could possibly have to do with so dignified and intellectual a character as Shylock. In short, some wondered why a man of genius should be so much of an anti-Semite, and some stoutly declared that he must have been a pro-Semite. But all of them, in a sense, admitted that they were puzzled as to what the play was about. The correspondence filled column after column and went on for weeks, and from one end of that correspondence to the other no human being even so much as mentioned the word usury. It is exactly as if 20 clever critics were set down to talk for a month about the play of Macbeth, and all were strictly forbidden to mention the word murder. The play, called The Merchant of Venice, happens to be about usury, and its story is a medieval satire on usury. It is the fashion to say that it is a clumsy and grotesque story, but as a fact it is an exceedingly good story. It is a perfect and pointed story for its purpose, which is to convey the moral of the story, and the moral is that the logic of usury is in its nature at war with life, and might logically end in breaking into the bloody house of life. In other words, if a creditor can always claim a man's tools or a man's home, he might quite as justly claim one of his arms or legs. This principle was not only embodied in medieval satires, but in very sound medieval laws, which set a limit on the usurer who is trying to take away a man's livelihood, as the usurer in the play is trying to take away a man's life. And if anybody thinks that usury can never go to lengths wicked enough to be worthy of so wild an image, then that person either knows nothing about it or knows too much. He is either one of the innocent rich who have never been the victims of moneylenders, or else one of the more powerful and influential rich who are moneylenders themselves. All this, I say, is a fact that must be faced. But there is another side to the case, and it is this that the genius of Shakespeare discovered. What he did do, and what the medieval satirist did not do, was to attempt to understand Shylock, in the true sense to sympathize with Shylock the moneylender as he sympathized with Macbeth the murderer. It was not to deny that the man was a usurer, but to assert that the usurer was a man. And the Elizabethan dramatist does make him a man, where the medieval satirist made him a monster. Shakespeare not only makes him a man, but a perfectly sincere and self-respecting man. But the point is this, that he is a sincere man who sincerely believes in usury. He is a self-respecting man who does not despise himself for being a usurer. In one word, he regards usury as normal. In that word is the whole problem of the popular impression of the Jews. What Shakespeare suggested about the Jew in a subtle and sympathetic way, millions of plain men everywhere would suggest about him in a rough and ready way. Regarding the Jew in relation to his ideas about interest, they think either that he is simply immoral, or that if he is moral, that he has a different morality. There is a great deal more to be said about how far this is true, and about what are its causes and excuses if it is true. But it is an old story, surely, that the worst of all cures is to deny the disease. To recognize the reality of the Jewish problem is very vital for everybody, and especially vital for the Jews. To pretend that there is no problem is to precipitate the expression of a rational impatience, which unfortunately can only express itself in the rather irrational form of anti-Semitism. In the controversies of Palestine and Syria, for instance, it is very common to hear the answer that the Jew is no worse than the Armenian. The Armenian also is said to be unpopular as a moneylender and a mercantile upstart. Yet the Armenian figures as a martyr for the Christian faith and a victim of the Moslem fury. But this is one of those arguments which really carry their own answer. It is like the sceptical saying that a man is only an animal, which of itself provokes the retort, "What an animal!" The very similarity only emphasizes the contrast. It is seriously suggested that we can substitute the Armenian for the Jew in the study of a worldwide problem like that of the Jews. Could we talk of the competition of Armenians among Welsh shopkeepers, or of the crowd of Armenians on Brighton Parade? Can Armenian usury be a common topic of talk in a camp in California and in a club in Piccadilly? Does Shakespeare show us a tragic Armenian towering over the great Venice of the Renaissance? Does Dickens show us a realistic Armenian teaching in the thieves' kitchen of the slums? When we meet Mr. Vernon Vavasour, that brilliant financier, do we speculate on the probability of his really having an Armenian name to match his Armenian nose? Is it true, in short, that all sorts of people, from the peasants of Poland to the peasants of Portugal, can agree more or less upon the special subject of Armenia? Obviously it is not in the least true. Obviously the Armenian question is only a local question of certain Christians who may be more avaricious than other Christians. But it is the truth about the Jews. It is only half the truth, and one which by itself would be very unjust to the Jews. But it is the truth, and we must realize it as sharply and clearly as we can. The truth is that it is rather strange that the Jews should be so anxious for international agreements. For one of the few really international agreements is a suspicion of the Jews. A more practical comparison would be one between the Jews and Gypsies, for the latter at least covers several countries and can be tested by the impression of very different districts, and in some preliminary respects the comparison is really useful. Both races are in different ways landless, and therefore in different ways lawless, for the fundamental laws are land laws. In both cases a reasonable man will see reasons for unpopularity without wishing to indulge any task for persecution. In both cases he will probably recognize the reality of a racial fault, while admitting that it may be largely a racial misfortune. That is to say, the drifting and detached condition may be largely the cause of the Jewish usury or gypsy pilfering. But it is not common sense to contradict the general experience of gypsy pilfering or Jewish usury. The comparison helps us to clear away some of the cloudy evasions by which modern men have tried to escape from that experience. It is absurd to say that people are only prejudiced against the money methods of the Jews because the medieval church has left behind a hatred of their religion. We might as well say that people only protect the chickens from the gypsies because the medieval church undoubtedly condemned fortune-telling. It is unreasonable for a Jew to complain that Shakespeare makes Shylock and not Antonio, the ruthless moneylender, or that Dickens makes Fagin and not Sikes, the receiver of stolen goods. It is as if a gypsy were to complain when a novelist described the child as stolen by the gypsies and not by the curate or the mothers' meeting. It is to complain of facts and probabilities. There may be good gypsies. There may be good qualities which specially belong to them as gypsies. Many students of the strange race have, for instance, praised a certain dignity and self-respect among the women of the Romany. But no student ever praised them for an exaggerated respect for private property, and the whole argument about gypsy theft can be roughly repeated about Hebrew usury. Above all, there is one other respect in which the comparison is even more to the point. It is the essential fact of the whole business that the Jews do not become national merely by becoming a political part of any nation. We might as well say that the gypsies had villas in Clapham when their caravan stood on Clapham Common. But of course, even this comparison between the two wandering peoples fails in the presence of the greater problem. Here again, even the attempt at a parallel leaves the primary thing more unique. The gypsies do not become municipal merely by passing through a number of parishes, and it would seem equally obvious that a Jew need not become English merely by passing through England on his way from Germany to America. But the gypsy not only is not municipal, but he is not called municipal. His caravan is not immediately painted outside with the number and name of 123 Laburnum Road, Clapham. The municipal authorities generally notice the wheels attached to the new cottage, and therefore do not fall into the error. The gypsy may halt in a particular parish, but he is not as a rule immediately made a parish councillor. The cases in which a travelling tinker has been suddenly made the mayor of an important industrial town must be comparatively rare. And if the poor vagabonds of the Romany blood are bullied by mayors and magistrates, kicked off the land by landlords, pursued by policemen, and generally knocked about from pillar to post, nobody raises an outcry that they are the victims of religious persecution. Nobody summons meetings in public halls, collects subscriptions, or sends petitions to Parliament. Nobody threatens anybody else with organized indignation of the gypsies all over the world. The case of the Jews in the nation is very different from that of the tinker in the town. The moral element that can be appealed to are of a very different style and scale. No gypsies are millionaires. In short, the Jewish problem differs from anything like the gypsy problem in two highly practical respects. First, the Jews already exercise colossal cosmopolitan financial power. And second, the modern societies they live in also grant them vital forms of national political power. Here the vagrant is already as rich as a miser, and the vagrant actually made a mayor. As will be seen shortly, there is a Jewish side of the story, which leads really to the same ending of the story. But the truth stated here is quite independent of any sympathetic or unsympathetic view of the race in question. It is a question of fact which a sensible Jew can afford to recognize, and which the most sensible Jews do very definitely recognize. It is really irrational for anybody to pretend that the Jews are only a curious sect of Englishmen, like the Plymouth Brothers or the Seventh-day Baptists, in the face of such a simple fact as the family of Rothschild. Nobody can pretend that an English sect can establish 5 brothers or even cousins in the 5 great capitals of Europe. Nobody can pretend that the Seventh-day Baptists are the 7 grandchildren of one grandfather, scattered systematically among the warring nations of the earth. Nobody thinks the Plymouth Brothers are literally brothers, or that they are likely to be quite as powerful in Paris or in Petrograd as in Plymouth. The Jewish problem can be stated very simply after all. It is normal for the nation to contain the family. With the Jews, the family is generally divided among the nations. This may not appear to matter to those who do not believe in nations, those who really think there ought not to be any nations. But I literally fail to understand anybody who does believe in patriotism, thinking that this state of affairs can be consistent with it. It is in its nature intolerable, from a national standpoint, that a man admittedly powerful in one nation should be bound to a man equally powerful in another nation by ties more private and personal even than nationality. Even when the purpose is not any sort of treachery, the very person is a sort of treason. Given the passionate, patriotic peoples of the West, of Europe especially, the state of things cannot conceivably be satisfactory to a patriot. But least of all can it conceivably be satisfactory to a Jewish patriot, by which I do not mean a sham Englishman or a sham Frenchman, but a man who is sincerely patriotic for the historic and highly civilized nation of the Jews. For what may be criticized here as anti-Semitism is only the negative side of Zionism. For the sake of convenience, I have begun by stating it in terms of the universal popular impression, which some call a popular prejudice. But such a truth of differentiation is equally true on both its different sides. Suppose somebody proposes to mix up England and America under some absurd name like the Anglo-Saxon Empire. One man may say, why should the jolly English inns and villages be swamped by these priggish provincial Yankees? Another may say, why should the real democracy of a young country be tied to your snobbish old squirearchy? But both these views are only versions of the same view of a great American. God never made one people good enough to rule another. The primary point about Zionism is that, whether it is right or wrong, it does offer a real and reasonable answer both to anti-Semitism and to the charge of anti-Semitism. The usual phrases about religious persecution and racial hatred are not reasonable answers, or answers at all. These Jews do not deny that they are Jews. They do not deny that Jews may be unpopular. They do not deny that there may be other than superstitious reasons for their unpopularity. They are not obliged to maintain that when a Piccadilly dandy talks about being in the hands of the Jews, he is moved by the theological fanaticism that prevails in Piccadilly, or that when a silly youth on Derby Day says he was done by a dirty Jew, he is merely conforming to that Christian orthodoxy which is one of the strict traditions of the turf. They are not, like some other Jews, forced to pay so extravagant a compliment to the Christian religion as to suppose it the ruling motive of half the discontented talk in clubs and public houses of nearly every business man who suspects a foreign financier, or nearly every working man who grumbles against the local pawnbroker. Religious mania, unfortunately, is not so common. The Zionists do not need to deny any of these things. What they offer is not a denial, but a diagnosis and a remedy. Whether their diagnosis is correct, whether their remedy is practicable, we will try to consider later, with something like a fair summary of what is to be said on both sides. But their theory on the face of it is perfectly reasonable. It is the theory that any abnormal qualities in the Jews are due to the abnormal position of the Jews. They are traders rather than producers because they have no land of their own from which to produce. And they are cosmopolitans rather than patriots because they have no country of their own for which to be patriotic. They can no more become farmers while they are vagrant than they could have built the Temple of Solomon while they were building the pyramids of Egypt. They can no more feel the full stream of nationalism while they wander in the desert of nomadism than they could bathe in the waters of Jordan while they were weeping by the waters of Babylon. For the exile is the worst kind of bondage. In insisting upon that, at least, the Zionists have insisted upon a profound truth, with many applications to many other moral issues. It is true that for anyone whose heart is set on a particular home or shrine, to be locked out is to be locked in. The narrowest possible prison for him is the whole world. It will be well to notice briefly, however, how the principle applies to the two anti-Semitic arguments already considered. The first is the charge of usury and the unproductive loans. The second, the charge either of treason or of unpatriotic detachment. The charge of usury is regarded, not unreasonably, as only a specially dangerous development of the general charge of uncreative commerce, and the refusal of creative manual exercise. The unproductive loan is only a minor form of the unproductive labour. It is certainly true that the latter complaint is, if possible, commoner than the former, especially in the comparatively simple communities like those of Palestine. A very honest Moslem Arab said to me, with a singular blend of simplicity and humour, "A Jew does not work, but he grows rich. You never see a Jew working, and yet they grow rich. What I want to know is, why do we not all do the same? Why do we not also do this and become rich?" This is, I need hardly say, an oversimplification. Jews often work hard at some things, especially intellectual things. But the same experience which tells us that we have known many industrious Jewish scholars, Jewish lawyers, Jewish doctors, Jewish pianists, chess players, and so on, is an experience which cuts both ways. The same experience, if carefully consulted, will probably tell us that we have not known personally many patient Jewish ploughmen, many laborious Jewish blacksmiths, many active Jewish hedgers and ditchers, or even many energetic Jewish hunters and fishermen. In short, the popular impression is tolerably true to life, as popular impressions very often are, though it is not fashionable to say so in these days of democracy and self-determination. Jews do not generally work on the land or in any of the handicrafts that are akin to the land. But the Zionists reply that this is because it can never really be their own land. That is Zionism, and that has a really practical place in the past and future of Zion. Patriotism is not merely dying for the nation, it is dying with the nation. It is regarding the fatherland not merely as a real resting place like an inn, but as a final resting place like a house or even a grave. Even the most jingo of the Jews do not feel like this about their adopted country, and I doubt if the most intelligent of the Jews would pretend that they did. Even if we can bring ourselves to believe that Disraeli lived for England, we cannot think that he would have died with her. If England had sunk in the Atlantic, he would not have sunk with her, but easily floated over to America to stand for the presidency. Even if we are profoundly convinced that Mr. Beat or Mr. Eckstein had patriotic tears in his eyes when he obtained a gold concession from Queen Victoria, we cannot believe that in her absence he would have refused a similar concession from the German Emperor. When the Jew in France or in England says he is a good patriot, he only means that he is a good citizen, and he would put it more truly if he said he was a good exile. Sometimes, indeed, he is an abominably bad citizen and a most exasperating and execrable exile. But I'm not talking of that side of the case. I'm assuming that a man like Disraeli did really make a romance of England, that a man like Dernburg did really make a romance of Germany, and it is still true that though it was a romance, they would not have allowed it to be a tragedy. They would have seen that the story had a happy ending, especially for themselves. These Jews would not have died with any Christian nation. But the Jews did die with Jerusalem. That is the first and last great truth in Zionism. Jerusalem was destroyed, and Jews were destroyed with it. Men who cared no longer to live because the city of their faith had fallen. It may be questioned whether all the Zionists have all the sublime insanity of the Zealots, but at least it is not nonsense to suggest that the Zionists might feel like this about Zion. It is nonsense to suggest that they would ever feel like this about Dublin or Moscow. And so far, at least, the truth both in Semitism and anti-Semitism is included in Zionism. It is a commonplace that the infamous are more famous than the famous. Byron noted, with his own misanthropic moral, that we think more of Nero the monster who killed his mother than of Nero the noble Roman who defeated Hannibal. The name of Julian more often suggests Julian the apostate than Julian the saint, though the latter crowned his canonization with the sacred glory of being the patron saint of innkeepers. But the best example of this unjust historical habit is the most famous of all and the most infamous of all. If there is one proper noun which has become a common noun, if there is one name which has been generalized till it means a thing, it is certainly the name of Judas. We should hesitate perhaps to call it a Christian name, except in the more evasive form of Jude. And even that, as the name of a more faithful apostle, is another illustration of the same injustice. For by comparison with the other, Jude the faithful might almost be called Jude the obscure. The critic who said, whether innocently or ironically, what wicked men these early Christians were, was certainly more successful in innocence than in irony, for he seems to have been innocent or ignorant of the whole idea of the Christian communion. Judas Iscariot was one of the very earliest of all possible early Christians, and the whole point about him was that his hand was in the same dish. The traitor is always a friend, or he could never be a foe. But the point for the moment is merely that the name is known everywhere merely as the name of a traitor. The name of Judas nearly always means Judas Iscariot. It hardly ever means Judas Maccabeus. And if you should shout out Judas to a politician in the thick of a political tumult, you will have some difficulty in soothing him afterwards with the assurance you had merely traced in him something of that splendid zeal and valour which dragged down the tyranny of Antiochus in the day of the great deliverance of Israel. Those two possible uses of the name of Judas would give us yet another compact embodiment of the case for Zionism. Numberless international Jews have gained the bad name of Judas, and some have certainly earned it. If you have gained or earned the good name of Judas, it can quite fairly and intelligently be affirmed that this was not the fault of the Jews, but the peculiar position of the Jews. A man can betray like Judas Iscariot in another man's house, but a man cannot fight like Judas Maccabeus for another man's temple. There is no more truly rousing revolutionary story amid all the stories of mankind. There is no more perfect type of the element of chivalry in rebellion than that magnificent tale of the Maccabee who stabbed from underneath the elephant of Antiochus and died under the fall of that huge and living castle. But it would be unreasonable to ask Mr. Montague to stick a knife into the elephant on which Lord Curzon, let us say, was riding in all the pomp of Asiatic imperialism. For Mr. Montague would not be liberating his own land, and therefore he naturally prefers to interest himself either in operations in silver or in somewhat slower and less efficient methods of liberation. In short, whatever we may think of the financial or social services such as were rendered to England in the affair of Marconi, or to France in the affairs of Panama, it must be admitted that these exhibit a humbler and more humdrum type of civic duty, and do not remind us of the more reckless virtues of the Maccabees or the Zealots. A man may be a good citizen of anywhere, but he cannot be a national hero of nowhere. And for this particular type of patriotic passion it is necessary to have a patria. The Zionists, therefore, are maintaining a perfectly reasonable proposition, both about the charge of usury and the charge of treason, if they claim that both could be cured by the return to a national soil, as promised in Zionism. Unfortunately, they are not always reasonable about their own reasonable proposition. Some of them have a most unlucky habit of ignoring and therefore implicitly denying the very evil that they are wisely trying to cure. I have already remarked this irritating innocence in the first of the two questions, the criticism that sees everything in Shylock except the point of him, or the point of his knife. How, in the politics of Palestine at this moment, this first question is in every sense the primary question. Palestine has hardly as yet a patriotism to be betrayed, but it certainly has a peasantry to be oppressed, and especially to be oppressed as so many peasantries have been with usury and forestalling. The Syrians and Arabs and all the agricultural and pastoral populations of Palestine are, rightly or wrongly, alarmed and angered at the advent of the Jews to power, for the perfectly practical and simple reason of the reputation which the Jews have all over the world. It is really ridiculous in people so intelligent as the Jews, and especially so intelligent as the Zionists, to ignore so enormous and elementary a fact as that reputation and its natural results. It may or may not in this case be unjust, but in any case it is not unnatural. It may be the result of persecution, but it is one that has definitely resulted, and it may be the consequence of misunderstanding, but it is a misunderstanding that must itself be understood. Rightly or wrongly, certain people in Palestine fear the coming of the Jews, as they fear the coming of the locusts. They regard them as parasites that feed on a community by 1,000 methods of financial intrigue and economic exploitation. I could understand the Jews indignantly denying this, or eagerly disproving it, or, best of all, explaining what is true in it while exposing what is untrue. What is strange, I might almost say weird, about the attitude of some quite intelligent and sincere Zionists is that they talk, write, and apparently think as if there were no such thing in the world. I will give one curious example from one of the best and most brilliant of the Zionists. Dr. Wiesmann is a man of large mind and human sympathies, and it is difficult to believe that anyone with so fine a sense of humanity can be entirely empty of anything like a sense of humour. Yet in the middle of a very temperate and magnanimous address on Zionist policy, he can actually say a thing like this: "The Arabs need us with our knowledge and our experience and our money. If they do not have us, they will fall into the hands of others. They will fall among sharks." One is tempted for the moment to doubt whether anyone else in the world could have said that, except the Jew with his strange mixture of brilliancy and blindness, of subtlety and simplicity. It is much as if President Wilson were to say, "Unless America deals with Mexico, it will be dealt with by some modern commercial power that has trust magnates and hustling millionaires." But would President Wilson say it? It is as if the German Chancellor had said, "We must rush to the rescue of the poor Belgians, or they may be put under some system with a rigid militarism and a bullying bureaucracy." But would even a German Chancellor put it exactly like that? Would anybody put it in the exact order of words and structure of sentence in which Dr. Wiesmann has put it? Would even the Turks say, "The Armenians need us with our order and our discipline and our arms. If they do not have us, they will fall into the hands of others. They will perhaps be in danger of massacres"? I suspect that a Turk would see the joke, even if it were as grim a joke as the massacres themselves. If the Zionists wish to quiet the fears of the Arabs, surely the first thing to do is discover what the Arabs are afraid of. And very little investigation will reveal the simple truth, that they are very much afraid of sharks, and that in their book of symbolic or heraldic zoology it is the Jew who is adorned with the dorsal fin and the crescent of cruel teeth. This may be a fairy tale about a fabulous animal, but it is one which all sorts of races believe, and certainly one which these races believe. But the case is yet more curious than that. These simple tribes are afraid, not only of the dorsal fin and dental arrangements, which Dr. Weizmann may say with some justice that he has not got. They are also afraid of the other things which he says he has got. They may be in error at the first superficial glance in mistaking a respectable professor for a shark, but they can hardly be mistaken in attributing to the respectable professor what he himself considers as his claim to respect. And as the imagery about the shark may be too metaphorical or almost mythological, there is not the smallest difficulty in stating in plain words what the Arabs fear in the Jews. They fear, in exact terms, their knowledge and their experience and their money. The Arabs fear exactly the three things which he says they need. Only the Arabs would call it a knowledge of financial trickery and an experience of political intrigue and the power given by hoards of money, not only of their own but of other peoples. About Dr. Weizmann and the true Zionists this is self-evidently unjust. But about Jewish influence, of the more visible and vulgar kind, it has to be proved to be unjust. Feeling as I do the force for the real case for Zionism, I venture most earnestly to implore the Jews to disprove it and not to dismiss it. But above all, I implore them not to be content with assuring us again and again of their knowledge and their experience and their money. That is what people dread, like a pestilence or an earthquake, their knowledge and their experience and their money. It is needless for Dr. Weizmann to tell us that he does not desire to enter Palestine like a junker or drive thousands of Arabs forcibly out of the land. Nobody supposes that Dr. Weizmann looks like a junker, and nobody among the enemies of the Jews says that they have driven their foes in that fashion since the wars of the Canaanites. But for the Jews to reassure us by insisting on their own economic culture or commercial education is exactly like the junkers reassuring us by insisting on the unquestioned supremacy of their Kaiser or the unquestioned obedience of their soldiers. Men bar themselves in their houses or even hide themselves in their cellars when such virtues are abroad in the land. In short, the fear of the Jews in Palestine, reasonable or unreasonable, is a thing that must be answered by reason. It is idle for the unpopular thing to answer with boasts, especially boasts of the very quality that make it unpopular. But I think it could be answered by reason, or at any rate tested by reason, and the test by consideration. The principle is still as stated above, that the test must not merely insist on the virtues the Jews do show, but rather deal with the particular virtues which they are generally accused of not showing. It is necessary to understand this more thoroughly than it is generally understood, and especially better than it is usually stated in the language of fashionable controversy. For the question involves the whole success or failure of Zionism. Many of the Zionists know it, but I rather doubt whether most of the anti-Zionists know that they know it. And some of the phrases of the Zionists, such as those that I have noted, too often tend to produce the impression that they ignore when they are not ignorant. They are not ignorant, and they do not ignore in practice, even when an intellectual habit makes them seem to ignore in theory. Nobody who has seen a Jewish rural settlement, such as Rishon, can doubt that some Jews are sincerely filled with the vision of sitting under their own vine and fig tree, and even with its accompanying lesson that it is first necessary to grow the fig tree and the vine. The true test of Zionism may seem a topsy-turvy test. It will not succeed by the number of successes, but rather by the number of failures, or what the world, and certainly not the least the Jewish world, has generally called failures. It will be tested not by whether Jews can climb to the top of the ladder, but whether Jews can remain at the bottom; not by whether they have 100 arts of becoming important, but by whether they have any skill in the art of remaining insignificant. It is often noted that the intelligent Israelite can rise to positions of power and trust outside Israel, like Witt in Russia or Rufus Isaacs in England. It is generally bad, I think, for their adopted country, but in any case it is no good for the particular problem of their own country. Palestine cannot have a population of prime ministers and chief justices, and if those they rule and judge are not Jews, then we have not established a commonwealth, but only an oligarchy. It is said again that the ancient Jews turned their enemies into hewers of wood and drawers of water. The modern Jews have to turn themselves into hewers of wood and drawers of water. If they cannot do that, they cannot turn themselves into citizens, but only into a kind of alien bureaucrat, of all kinds the most perilous and the most imperilled. Hence a Jewish state will not be a success when the Jews in it are successful, or even when the Jews in it are statesmen. It will be a success when the Jews in it are scavengers, when the Jews in it are sweeps, when they are dockers and ditchers and porters and hoddsmen. When the Zionist can point proudly to a Jewish navvy who has not risen in the world, an under gardener who is not now taking his ease as an upper gardener, a yokel who is still a yokel, or even a village idiot, at least sufficiently idiotic to remain in his village, then indeed the world will come to blow the trumpets and lift up the heads of the everlasting gates, for God will have turned the captivity of Zion. Zionists, of whose sincerity I am personally convinced, and of whose intelligence anybody would be convinced, have told me that there really is, in places like Rishon, something like a beginning of this spirit, the love of the peasant for his land. One lady, even in expressing her conviction of it, called it this very un-Jewish characteristic. She was perfectly well aware of both the need of it in the Jewish land and the lack of it in the Jewish race. In short, she was well aware of the truth of that seemingly topsy-turvy test I have suggested, that of whether men are worthy to be drudges. When a humorous and humane Jew thus accepts the test and honestly expects the Jewish people to pass it, then I think the claim is very serious indeed, and one not lightly to be set aside. I do certainly think it a very serious responsibility, under the circumstances, to set it altogether aside. It is our whole complaint against the Jew that he does not till the soil or toil with the spade. It is very hard on him to refuse him if he really says, "Give me a soil and I will till it. Give me a spade and I will use it." It is our whole reason for distrusting him that he cannot really love any of the lands in which he wanders. It seems rather indefensible to be deaf to him if he really says, "Give me a land and I will love it." I would certainly give him a land, or some instalment of land, in what general sense I will try to suggest a little later, so long as his conduct on it was watched and tested according to the principles I have suggested. If he asks for the spade, he must use the spade, and not merely employ the spade, in the sense of hiring 100 men to use spades. If he asks for the soil, he must till the soil. That is, he must belong to the soil, and not merely make the soil belong to him. He must have the simplicity and what many would call the stupidity of the peasant. He must not only call a spade, but regard it as a spade, and not as a speculation. By some true conversion, the urban and modern man must be not only on the soil, but of the soil, and free from our urban trick of inventing the word dirt for the dust to which we shall return. He must be washed in mud that he may be clean. How far this can really happen, it is very hard for anybody, especially a casual visitor, to discover in the present crisis. It is admitted that there is much Arab and Syrian labour employed, and this in itself would leave all the danger of the Jews as a mere capitalist. The Jews explain it, however, by saying that the Arabs will work for a lower wage and this is necessarily a great temptation to the struggling colonists. In this they may be acting naturally as colonists, but it is none the less clear that they are not yet acting literally as labourers. It may not be their fault that they are not proving themselves to be peasants, but it is none the less clear that this situation in itself does not prove them to be peasants. So far as that is concerned, it still remains to be decided finally whether a Jew will be an agricultural labourer if he is decently paid agricultural labour. On the other hand, the leaders of these local experiments, if they have not yet shown the higher materialism of peasants, most certainly do not show the lower materialism of capitalists. There can be no doubt of the patriotic and even poetic spirit in which many of them hope to make their ancient wilderness blossom like the rose. They at least would still stand among the great prophets of Israel, and none the less though they prophesied in vain. I have tried to state fairly the case for Zionism, for the reason already stated, that I think it intellectually unjust that any attempt of the Jews to regularize their position should merely be rejected as one of their irregularities. But I do not disguise the enormous difficulties of doing in the particular conditions of Palestine. In fact, the greatest of the real difficulties of Zionism is that it has to take place in Zion. There are other difficulties, however, which, when they are not specially the fault of Zionists, are very much the fault of Jews. The worst is the general impression of a business pressure from the more brutal and business type of Jew, which arouses very violent and very just indignation. When I was in Jerusalem, it was openly said that Jewish financiers had complained of the low rate of interest at which loans were made by the government to the peasantry, and even that the government had yielded to them. If this were true, it was a heavier reproach to the government even than to the Jews. But the general truth is that such a state of feeling seems to make the simple and solid patriotism of a Palestinian Jewish nation practically impossible, and force us to consider some alternative or some compromise. The most sensible statement of a compromise I heard among the Zionists was suggested to me by Dr. Wiesmann, who is a man not only highly intelligent but ardent and sympathetic, and the phrase he used gives the key to my own rough conception of a possible solution, though he himself would probably not accept that solution. Dr. Wiesmann suggested, if I understood him rightly, that he did not think Palestine could be a single and simple national territory, quite in the sense of France, but he did not see why it should not be a commonwealth of cantons, after the manner of Switzerland. Some of these could be Jewish cantons, others Arab cantons, and so on, according to the type of population. This is in itself more reasonable than much that is suggested on the same side, but the point of it for my own purpose is more particular. This idea, whether it correctly represents Dr. Wiesmann's meaning or no, clearly involves the abandonment of the solidarity of Palestine, and tolerates the idea of groups of Jews being separated from each other by populations of a different type. Now, if once this notion be considered admissible, it seems to me capable of considerable extension. It seems possible that there might be not only Jewish cantons in Palestine, but Jewish cantons outside Palestine, Jewish colonies in suitable and selected places in adjacent parts or in many other parts of the world. They might be affiliated to some official centre in Palestine or even in Jerusalem, where there would naturally be at least some great religious headquarters of the scattered race and religion. The nature of that religious centre it must be for Jews to decide, but I think if I were a Jew, I would build the temple without bothering about the site of the temple. That they should have the old site, of course, is not to be thought of. It would raise a holy war from Morocco to the marches of China. But seeing that some of the greatest of the deeds of Israel were done, and some of the most glorious of the songs of Israel sung, when their only temple was a box carried about in the desert, I cannot think that the mere moving of the situation of the place of sacrifice need even mean so much to that historic tradition as it would to many others, that the Jews should have some high place of dignity and ritual in Palestine, such as a great building like the Mosque of Omar. is certainly right and reasonable, for upon no theory can their historic connection be dismissed. I think it is sophistry to say, as do some anti-Semites, that the Jews have no more right here than the Jebusites. If there are Jebusites, they are Jebusites without knowing it. I think it sufficiently answered in fine phrase of an English priest, in many ways more anti-Semitic than I. The people that remember has a right. The very worst of the Jews, as well as the very best, do in some sense remember. They are hated and persecuted and frightened into false names and double lives, but they remember. They lie, they swindle, they betray, they oppress, but they remember. The more we happen to hate such elements among the Hebrews, the more we admire the manly and magnificent elements among the more vague and vagrant tribes of Palestine, the more we must admit that paradox. The unheroic have the heroic memory, and the heroic people have no memory. But whatever the Jewish nation might wish to do about a national shrine or other supreme centre, the suggestion for the moment is that something like a Jewish territorial scheme might really be attempted. If we permit the Jews to be scattered no longer as individuals but as groups, it seems possible that by some extension of the definition of Zionism we might ultimately overcome even the greatest difficulty of Zionism, the difficulty of resettling a sufficient number of so large a race on so small a land. For if the advantages of the ideal to the Jews is to gain the promised land, the advantage to the Gentile is to get rid of the Jewish problem, and I do not see why we should obtain all their advantage and none of our own. Therefore I would leave as few Jews as possible in other established nations, and to these I would give a special position, best described as privilege, some sort of self-governing enclave, with special laws and exemptions, for instance. I would certainly excuse them from conscription, which I think a gross injustice in their case. Footnote: of course, the privileged exile would also lose the rights of a native. End footnote. A Jew might be treated as respectfully as a foreign ambassador, but a foreign ambassador is a foreigner. Finally, I would give the same privileged position to all Jews everywhere as an alternative policy to Zionism. If Zionism failed by the test I have named, the only true and only tolerable test, if the Jews had not so much failed as peasants as succeeded as capitalists. There is one word to be added. It will be noted that inevitably, and even against some of my own desires, the argument has returned to that recurrent conclusion which was found in the Roman Empire and the Crusades. The European can do justice to the Jew, but it must be the European who does it. Such a possibility as I have thrown out, and any other possibility that anyone can think of, becomes at once impossible without some idea of general suzerainty of Christendom over the lands of the Moslem and the Jew. Personally, I think it would be better if it were a general suzerainty of Christendom rather than a particular supremacy of England, and I feel this not from a desire to restrain the English power, but rather from a desire to defend it. I think there is not a little danger to England in the diplomatic situation involved, but that is a diplomatic question that is neither within my power or duty to discuss adequately. But if I think it would be wiser for France and England together to hold Syria and Palestine together rather than separately, that only completes and clinches the conclusion that it has haunted me with an almost uncanny recurrence since I first saw Jerusalem sitting on the hill like a turreted town in England or in France, and for one moment the dark dome of it was against the Templum Domini, and the power on it was the Tower of Tancred. Anyhow, with the failure of Zionism would fall the last and best attempt at rationalistic theory of a Jew. We should be left facing a mystery which no other rationalism has ever come so near to providing within rational cause and cure. Whatever we do, we shall not return to that insular innocence and comfortable unconsciousness of Christendom in which the Victorian agnostics could suppose that the Semitic problem was a brief medieval insanity. In this, as in greater things, even if we lost our faith, we could not recover our agnosticism. We can never recover agnosticism any more than any other kind of ignorance. We know that there is a Jewish problem. We only hope there is a Jewish solution. If there is not, there is no other. We cannot believe again that the Jew is an Englishman within certain theological theories, any more than we can believe again any other part of the optimistic materialism whose temple is the Albert Memorial. A scheme of guilds may be attempted, and may be a failure, but never again can we respect mere capitalism for its success. An attack may be made on political corruption, and it may be a failure, but never again can we believe that our politics are not corrupt. And so Zionism may be attempted, and may be a failure, but never again can we ourselves be at ease in Zion. Or rather, I should say, if the Jew cannot be at ease in Zion, we can never again persuade ourselves that he is at ease out of Zion. We can only salute, as it passes, that restless and mysterious figure, knowing at last that there must be in him something mystical as well as mysterious, that whether in the sense of the sorrows of Christ or the sorrows of Cain, he must pass by, for he belongs to God. End of chapter 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Jerusalem by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 14. Conclusion. To have worn a large scallop shell in my hat in the streets of London might have been deemed ostentatious, to say nothing of carrying a staff like a long pole, and wearing sandals might have proclaimed rather that I had not come from Jerusalem, but from Letchworth, which some identify with the New Jerusalem descending out of heaven from God. Lacking such attributes, I passed through South England as one who might have come from Ramsgate or from anywhere else, and the only symbol left to me of my pilgrimage was a cheap ring of metal, coloured like copper and brass. For on it was written in Greek characters the word Jerusalem, and though it may be less valuable than a brass nail, I do not think you can buy it in the Strand. All those enormous and everlasting things, all those gates of bronze and mosaics of purple and peacock colouring, all those chapels of gold and columns of crimson marble, had all shriveled up and dwindled down to that one small thread of red metal round my finger. I could not help have a feeling like Aladdin, that if I rubbed the ring, perhaps all those towers would rise again. And there was a sort of feeling of truth in the fancy, after all. We talked of the changeless East, but in one sense the impression of it is really rather changing, with its wandering tribes and its shifting sands, in which the genii of the East might well build the palace or the paradise of the day. As I saw the low and solid English cottages rising round me amid damp, delightful thickets under rainy skies, I felt that in a deeper sense it is rather we who build for permanence, or at least for a sort of peace. It is something more than comfort, a relative and reasonable contentment, and there came back to me like a boomerang a rather indescribable thought which had circled round my head through most of my journey, that Christendom is like a gigantic bronze come out of the furnace of the Near East, that in Asia is only the fire, and in Europe the form. The nearest to what I mean was suggested in that very striking book, Form and Colour, by Mr. March Phillips. When I spoke of the idols of Asia, many moderns may well have murmured against such a description of the ideals of Buddha or Mrs. Besant, to which I can only reply that I do know a little about the ideals, and I think I prefer the idols. I have far more sympathy with the enthusiasm for a nice green or yellow idol with 9 arms and 3 heads than with the philosophy ultimately represented by the snake devouring its tail. The awful sceptical argument in a circle by which everything begins and ends in the mind. I would far rather be a fetish worshipper and have a little fun than be an Oriental pessimist, expected always to smile like an optimist. Now it seems to me that the fighting Christian creed is the one thing that has been in that mystical circle and broken out of it, and become something real as well. It has gone westward by a sort of centrifugal force, like a stone from a sling, and so made the revolving Eastern mind, as the Franciscan said in Jerusalem, do something at last. Anyhow, although I carried none of the trappings of a pilgrim, I felt strongly disposed to take the privileges of one. I wanted to be entertained at the firesides of total strangers in the mediaeval manner, and to tell them interminable tales of my travels. I wanted to linger in Dover and try it on the citizens of that town. I nearly got out of the train at several wayside stations, where I saw secluded cottages which might be brightened by a little news from the Holy Land. For it seemed to me that all my fellow countrymen must be my friends. All these English places had come much closer together after travels that seemed in comparison as vast as the spaces between the stars. The hop fields of Kent seemed to me like outlying parts of my own kitchen garden, and London itself to be really situated at London End. London was perhaps the largest of the suburbs of Beaconsfield. By the time I came to Beaconsfield itself, dusk was dropping over the beechwoods and the white cross roads. The distance seemed to grow deeper and richer with darkness as I went up the long lanes towards my home. And in that distance, as I drew nearer, I heard the barking of a dog. End of chapter 14. End of the New Jerusalem.